It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky, smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slide, yeah, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, collapse up, shout out loud, down before the time's up. So we better rise up, collapse up, shout out loud, down before the time's up. original, sensational. Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move, wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Clashers. We are back for cup number 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Global Competition. We have some great teams playing in hard mode. We'll talk about all of that. Let's hop into the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Got easy, taking the kill back. Run time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm your host, Clash Bashing. We have some awesome Clash of Clans action today, but it's not just me. I'm going to be joined by 2 awesome hosts, Itsu and Eve Maxi. They will be co-casting along with me. Guys, how are you doing today?
I mean, I'm doing amazing being here with you two guys and looking forward to some incredible matches in hard mode. Looking for different attack strategies, and I mean, I cannot wait to have the action started, right, Maxi?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I'm very happy to have you here today with us, Itsu. It's a pleasure and a privilege because we haven't seen you much in the Snapdragon Pro Series so far, so it's great that you will be hosting these matches with us, and I'm sure that the teams have prepared great bases and great attacks. So let's take a look at the format of Season 6.
Yeah, we got an awesome cast here today, but like Maxi said, the format. We are here in cup number 2. We're going to play 4 total cups. Each of the winners of the cups are going to move on to our open finals. Our remaining 4 spots are going to come from the leaderboard. Teams get points from playing in these open cups, and the top 4 teams from the leaderboard will move on to our open finals later on in November. It's going to be a double elimination format, and the winner is going to get $20,000 of our total prize pool. This is a pretty big tournament, Itsu.
It is, and talking about the prize pool, I think we should take a look at how those teams are going to make it to actually earn this prize pool, because we have a stacked bracket in front of us. And let's take a look at the prize pool first. The first seed is going to take home $20,000, while the second seed is going with $10,000. So a lot of money on the line for those teams. But Maxi, how exactly is the bracket looking like?
Yeah, let's take a look at that as well after we saw this amazing $50,000 prize pool. First of all, we're going to have Tribe Gaming versus Supersonic. We have HST Gaming versus Pulse Esports, Milsim MG, HTM Esports, Dizzy Group, and HTM Brazil. So some huge names in here that we've seen a lot in this competitive season in the World Championship monthly finals and also in the Snapdragon Pro Series before. Milsim MG being former champions of the season as well. So let's take a look at the matches that we're going to be witnessing today.
Yeah, and I can't help but harp on, we got some Worlds qualified teams. Worlds is going to be happening very soon. Taking a look at our schedule right now, we have quarterfinal number 1, which is going to be Supersonic versus Tribe Gaming. That'll be our first match we show on broadcast. And then we'll have our second match being Dizzy Group versus HTM Brazil. And then we'll move on to the semis and then the grand final just a little bit later on today. So that's what we're looking like as far as the schedule. But there's one important thing to talk about here, Itsu. All of these matches, they're going to be played in hard mode.
That's right, and that is significant different to what people might have in their regular attacks and legends in their game in Clan War, for example, because defenses deal more damage. Attacking heroes have less hit points and less damage, while equipments are capped. The common ones on level 15 and the epic ones on level 21, which makes 3-starring way harder. But we always want to see those pros getting challenged by the meta, so that's something for sure to look forward to see how the pros are, well, interacting with this a bit more difficult setup for them, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing we noticed last 2 weeks ago in Cup number 1 is that we saw not a war for time, but a war for stars. You know, all teams want to get 3 stars in every single attack, and it's not a given anymore. So we have had wars finishing 13 to 11 and all of that good stuff. So if you get a perfect war, that is actually a huge achievement. And then second of all, we see a huge diversity of attack strategies. It's not all Root Riders and Dragon spam anymore to get this 1 minute 10 second attack. It is everything in there. We see Queen Charge Lalos, we see Super Witches, we see everything. What are you most looking forward to as when it comes to attack strategies, Bash?
I was still surprised that we saw so many Super Witches with the fireballs. I was a little bit worried about the equipment cap, but that seemed that the teams made the adjustments, brought the proper spells, so we did see a ton of Super Witches. But you're right, we see a lot of Lalo. We still do see those Root Riders. We still do see Dragons. So I think this is like the most healthy state we've seen as far as diverse attacks, different strategies coming in, but also like fails. If you do fail, the war is not over. You could still come back. I mean, would we have just a handful of perfect wars in the matches yesterday? So if you miss an attack or two, you're not out of the war.
Yeah, there's always this comeback mechanic option for you, and if you're maybe the slower attack in the beginning, but still 3-star, it is not going to be over for you and your team, which is the excitement in those matches, that we're going to make it all the way to the last attack with everything then on the line, hopefully. And as well, to pick up on Max's attack, I think fireball attacks personally something which I'm looking forward a lot. I think the equipment is just so much fun to see when the pros are setting up for this massive explosion, and we already have seen that things can backfire quite a bit as well with those fireballs, because if they don't hit that target, that setup with 1 million invisibility spells, things can go downhill really quick, and the comeback after that is sometimes nearly impossible. So that attack strategy for me is going to be the hopefully highlight for the day with our overall total of 5 matches.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree, and it's nice to see also the defensive side being important again, especially setting traps against fireball entries or short warden walks on the outside to prepare a fireball are very common these days. We even saw some defenses that were hidden behind other buildings so that the attackers would possibly not see them at all, and yeah, all that funny stuff is happening at the moment. Something that unfortunately we won't be seeing today are the event troops, though, because they are a lot of fun to play, and I use them myself, but they are a little bit too strong for these pro players. In their hands, it would be just 15-15 wars all over the place.
With like 46-second attacks, because the lava loon is crazy. Like if I could 3-star in like a minute 10 seconds, the pros would just go insane with the lava loon. Not to mention like the witch golem is really fun, but again, like Maxi said, we won't be seeing any of those here today, which is probably healthy for our competition, especially with $50,000 total on the line. But talking about like format and everything, as the teams are kind of getting ready here, I just want to remind everyone it is single elimination here today. So if you lose, you are out. But all of the teams that have made it thus far will earn some points for that leaderboard. So we still have 2 more cups after this one. So it's really, really massive to try to get as far in this tournament as possible. We talked about it a little bit a couple weeks ago, Maxi, where if you make it to the finals, you're almost guaranteed a spot in our finals a little bit later in November. So making it far into this tournament is really, really huge. And Itsu, I'm already loving the fire puns from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get them in there. But I mean, not only the points are important, but as well the prize pool, right? Like we have taken a look at the beginning at the prize pool increasing with every single win you're getting on the road towards well, in the end, the first seed, if you're making all this forward to the finals, for example. So every single win is going to be a big step then in this prize pool, which is a big factor. But as well, we have a huge mix of teams coming from the bracket again, where some of the teams are as well in the World Championship. Some of them are not qualified for that. Max, what do you think? Do you think it's an advantage? Do you think teams are going to try to hide things, maybe don't use fresh bases, or what do you think does things look like going into this competition?
Yeah, that's a good point that you're talking about there, because I think that the World Championship plays a little bit of a more important role for the teams that have made it there. So if they have come up with, say, a secret strategy or with a special composition of buildings in a base to defend very well or to surprise their opponents and catch them off guards, I will say that I don't think they would use them here. I think they would hold them back and rather use them in the World Championship. However, this is a $50,000 prize pool tournament, so they will have prepared bases for this, not maybe just the best ones that they have come up with in the past month. When it comes to attack strategies, there are always surprises from the pros, right? For example, last year in the World Championship, we saw these super goblin attacks out of the blue, but it's really rare that completely new strategies come in a World Championship. So I would think that it's more about being a diverse player and recognizing a weakness in a base. So I would think that the teams do not really have to hold back when it comes to the diversity of the attack strategies that they are using. For example, I was surprised we saw a lot of Lalo, a lot of Queen Charge Lalo, which would have been something that you could have kept secret as a team, you know, because nobody has really been playing this in the past couple of months. So it seems like they are playing with open cards here.
Yeah, and with Superfest and Clash Worlds just a couple weeks away, I think, me personally, I would use this more as like a warm-up. I mean, you get used to the format, you get used to the hard mode, which we haven't had a whole lot of competition. There's been a few competitions, but there hasn't been a ton of competition in the hard mode with the new format. So I think this is a good chance to kind of warm up, get used to the format, and kind of make any adjustments as will have, one more cup before Clash Worlds. I think this is a pretty important stage for teams like Milliceme and Tribe who are qualified for Worlds. The other teams, they can kind of just lay it all up there. Maybe, like, you know, those Worlds teams can learn something from the other 6 teams here today.
Yeah, that's, I think, a really good point, because, well, the Worlds teams can really take a look at, okay, what are the teams which do not have to hold back anything, which can show their cards within this tournament, within this competition. And that's something for sure to look out for if there are any new things we're going to encounter today. Because as you just have mentioned, the hard mode within this competitive scene is still something new. And Supercell said they're always going to adjust things. We just had those changes with the equipment cap and everything. So there's always something new coming up, a new defensive setup, a new offensive setup, equipment-wise, because the game is a little bit different when it comes down to those equipment well, caps in general, where with the fireball you need another earthquake, for example, which can have an impact on the power level and everything. The same goes for like things like the rocket spear. Snapping down certain defenses is something, a surgical approach is something which the pros really enjoy. That's why I guess we see so many Lalo attacks as well again, because this is just something which over all of those years the pros have enjoyed doing so much, because it feels like they have so much control within their attacks. But it seems like we are getting slowly towards our first match, our first quarterfinal match, and that is going to be Supersonic versus Tribe Gaming, Maxi.
Yes, two well-known teams. I would say that Tribe Gaming is maybe even a little bit better known than Supersonic, but they have made a name for themselves here as well. We can take a look at their lineup. We've got Sam, Rami, 07, Santiago, K1, NL Joel, and Juanjo. So these 6 are Supersonic, so let's see who is going to be playing for them. But their opponents, they are well known in the professional scene. Let's take a look at the lineup for Tribe Gaming.
At Tribe Gaming, a pretty well-known clan throughout Clash of Clans esports. We got Exorcist, Kronos, Yo-Yo23, Nibrax, and Rakirez. They're a pretty standard lineup, and then they have a team of base builders behind the scenes that are pretty well-known as well. But these guys, they kind of they had a really up and down year. There was a big question. I mean, we talked about it a lot, Maxi, last season. Is Tribe going to make it to Clash Worlds? And then they were able to come through and sneak in that last chance qualifier. So Tribe is one of our Worlds qualified teams going up against Supersonic here today.
That's right, but I feel like this current meta with the new hard mode is going to fit them a little bit better, because it really comes down to being creative, to have like those different strategies, and where time is a less big of a factor. But we're getting ready. We're going to say goodbye to Maxi until the next match. Bash, it's us two for this first match, and it's going to be Supersonic to start things off.
Look at this, we got a Queen Charge hybrid. Not something you see a ton of, although we did see one in Cup 1 that kind of caught us off guard, and it was done to perfection. But let's see what Sem can do here for Supersonic, using the freeze to go ahead and get that single target Inferno out. Beautiful Coco Loon just taking up a couple of those red air bombs. Now the Queen's going to go ahead and take down the Town Hall. She'll also pull off the Tornado Trap. This is off to a great start.
And just being able to see Queen Charge Hybrid again, I am so excited to see a strategy like this as a small comeback as well. The Queen taking down the Town Hall. Yes, she's taking the damage of the explosion as well. But to be honest, with those rage up healers and no Expos anywhere close to her right now, she's fine. But, oh, are there any more red mines? Could this be a red mine trap? Because with Queen Charges coming back, red mine traps might be a possibility. But so far, no more red mines.
He did pull a couple there at the beginning, but now he's setting up the pathing here for the hybrid to work through. The hybrid being the Hogs and the Miners paired up with the Warden and the Royal Champion. The King will work down there with the Siege Barracks at the bottom, and then everything else will just surge through the middle of the base, and he's going to do a great job keeping this Queen alive. This is looking like a beautiful Queen Charge hybrid from Sem, as he's about halfway through the base now.
Yeah, halfway through. The Royal Champ is splitting up a little bit. Everything is now in the core, while the Royal Champ is supported by those outside Hog Riders. We still have her ability. The Queen has her ability as well, and there's barely any base left. And especially those single front towers are not doing much versus those swarming Hog Riders and Miners just storming the rest of this base.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a 3-star to start for Supersonic. A well-executed Queen Charge. Look at this Queen with the Magic Mirror. One of my favorite equipments. It's going to clone that Queen up just a couple of times, provide a couple clone Queens in there, and they just deal so much damage. But it is the 3-star for Sem and Supersonic to get this war off to the right start. Now, Tribe is going to have to respond. You don't want to fall behind early. We talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, where you do have a little bit of wiggle room for mistakes, but you definitely don't want to fall behind too much.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like, you do want to keep up the pressure, or you don't want to give the other team the pressure point of falling behind, where they can like then feel more safe with their attacks. But so far, this first attack looked really overpowering. Great approach, just taking down the Town Hall and then getting this hybrid into the back end. And as we have said, those single front towers, they might be a big threat to those high hit point troops like Super Witches, which are meta. You have mentioned them in the beginning of the show. Titans, Dragons, all of those type of troops are going to have a rough time versus those single front towers. But Well, Hog Riders and Miners, they have a great time because there's just so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, between the Hogs just running through, jumping over the walls, and the Miners up and down, I mean, the singles can't really lock onto those Miners, so they just are able to swarm those singles, take them down, and that's exactly what we saw there. And a lot of times, I always say with the Queen Charge Hybrid, if you can keep that Queen up to the end, it's going to be a 3-star, and that's exactly what we saw there. It was just really well done, just kind of creating that alleyway for the Hybrid and kind of just running him right through the middle of the base. But now it is going to be on Tribe Gaming, and kind of coming in that second spot is almost an advantage in this type of war where we could come down to that last attack. You really know what your opponent's going to do. So for me personally, I think I would prefer to go second in this like hard mode meta. What do you think about that, Itsu? You think second has an advantage here?
Yeah, I think for most matches, the second one has the advantage for sure. Where I feel like if we're talking about the best of the best teams right now out there, I think for them, going first might be better because you always have the option to put up the pressure, but that's really only for the teams who are always 3-starring, right? And that's not many out there, in especially this current meta in the hard mode. But we are seeing the Lalo coming back from Rakira's, one of his signature attacks over all of those different years, him being in the competitive scene, combining that with those lightnings, and this entry point already looks like a really solid choice by him. He's sending his queen into the scatter, having his king supposed to go into the next multi-inferno tower. The question now though is the king going to come back, or can the clan castle with the lock launcher take down everything in the core he's looking for?
Oh yeah, it's a lot to do, but I think with that baby dragon taking out the storage right there, and that wall is just open right there, the king should go back into the middle of the base. The clan castle is going to pop out. It's going to be a couple of Yetis there with a rocket loon and a regular balloon in there, and he's just kind of starting to sprinkle the Lalo in from the bottom. Here comes the Grand Warden joining up, and they're going to go right over top of this town hall. Now the king and the queen, they'll go ahead and take out that multi and kind of work in and support this Lalo and push them in the right direction. This is looking like a great start for Rakira's, but there's still a lot of damage on the board. Rocket Spear from the Royal Champion on the left side as well.
Yeah, we see again the magic mirror equipment from the Archer Queen. I agree 110% with you there. This is to be, has to be one of my favorite equipments as well. It's just so cool looking, the same as this attack, because this base is completely crushed. And do you know what the most satisfying thing is? Having 3 Archer Queens going for 3 different walls. That's just the best move in entire Clash of Clans.
Yeah, you know, we don't need just one wall beating on, or one queen beating on walls. We need 3 queens beating on walls. Rakira's gets the triple and gets the response for Tribe Gaming. I mean, when we talk Rakira's, let's be honest, he is one of the most consistent and best players in all of Clash of Clans esports, and I think that this hard mode format kind of plays to Rakira's strong suit. He can kind of go with those attacks that he's really well known. He's so good at setting up those zap Lalos like we saw right there. Great hero value, great Lalo, great patience on the Lalo, and that's what Rakira's does, and that's what he brings to the table for this Tribe team.
Yeah, like even the Town Hall 15 meta, he was just so consistent with those Lalo attacks, and having now this bit more challenging meta again for him, I think that's a really big relief, because he does not need to go for time anymore. He can go for his consistent attacks, which he just does so well with those Lalo approaches, and I feel like this is something which really plays into the cards of Tribe Gaming in general, because this is something which they were really good at before in the Town Hall 15 meta, where they were considered being one of the favorites of getting the World Championship title in the end. But the Town Hall 60 meta was really challenging for them. We have talked about their ups and downs over the entire year, and then well, they just really closely made it in the last chance qualifiers to the World Championship, and now they're looking here with their first take already really strong. The question now though is, can Supersonic give them a really, really big challenge in this match? Remember, this is a single elimination bracket, so one miss and you are going to have a rough time of coming back.
Yeah, and a lot of times in these matches, we see whoever makes that first mistake, the other team is going to look to grow on that. I mean, Supersonic, they got here with some very strong performances, so even though they are going up against a juggernaut like Tribe Gaming, where they're kind of in their strong suit and kind of playing well, I think this Supersonic team, this is a really great matchup. That's why we picked it for the broadcast. I think that Supersonic can hang in there. They have some really well-known players throughout the Clash of Clans esports community, and they've been here. I mean, they've put up some really good wars, so I think if anything, anyone's going to be able to hold up with Tribe Gaming, I think the Supersonic team can do that. K1 is going to come in next, and we're going to have another Lalo. Look at this, we got an Ice Hound in there as well. So we're taking a look at the equipment, another Magic Mirror in there. We got Healing Tome on the Warden, and then Rocket Spear and a Seeking Shield on the World Champion. We're kind of seeing a little bit of a meta developing somewhat with the equipment. We do see a little bit of variations depending on the attack, but there is kind of a baseline meta for the hero equipment.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially with the Royal Champion, because I've seen quite a few people like suggesting going with the different pets on the Royal Champion, but I feel like just the Fox is so strong, and if they're using it like Supersonic in this attack, where there are outside buildings where the Fox can be stuck on and stay behind the Royal Champion, you can see it like it is right now. A Diggy, a Lizard, or any other pet would not get the same value as this Fox gets. And this is why I think the Fox is just such a great combination with even the Spear and the Shield combination, because if there are outside buildings, the Fox stays behind and the Royal Champion stays safe even after those long shots of the Spear, well, have run out. So he has taken the entire top side, setting up the funnel now for his Archer Queen to take down the Town Hall, and he's already looking to a great start.
Yeah, I like this approach a lot. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, for me personally, I thought previously like Diggy was one of the best pets just in general, and now like you very rarely see Diggy being played. Sometimes you'll see him thrown in on a Warden or something, but for the most part you don't really see Diggy as much as we see the Earthquake Boots from the King going off to open that up. Queen is fighting for her life down here. There was some headhunters. The Queen has to get this Town Hall, but the single's gonna lock onto her. He's gonna have to commit more. Oh wait, Queen's down. It's gonna be a Flame Flinger for the Town Hall now.
He has to adjust. The Queen did not get the value. She was in range actually of the single phone tower and was taken care of in combination with the Clan Castle. The Ice Golems delaying things, the Headhunters dealing the damage. He had no chance, and well, I'm not sure if he missed the poison or like what exactly went wrong there, but you can say for sure the Queen did not get the value he was looking for, and now he has to handle this backend completely without that Siege Machine, which was planned for that backend.
Yeah, but luckily did bring the Flame Flinger to have that just in case. And even if you do get the poison down on those Headhunters, if they just get like one shot on the Queen, with them being 3 Headhunters in there, they can really dish out some damage pretty quickly. Town Hall will finally fall there with the Flame Flinger throwing its Fire Spirits, but look at the middle of this base. We get the Monolith, we get a couple singles, there's Teslas, there's Battle Builders, not to mention the enemy Queen is just picking these balloons off. This is going to be a tough finish for K1. We'll have to see what's inside that Clan Castle, if it'll be enough to kind of work through here, but it's looking a little bit doubtful.
Yeah, it's not looking like all of those Bitter Hearts will go down, especially with more traps being located around this core. I feel like I have seen already a couple of red mines popping up. I'm not sure if this Flinger can like do even enough damage, and especially Bash, take a look at the time. Exactly, the time is going to tick, and this attack is going to give the force defense for Tribe Gaming. And this means if they can now get their 3-star, we have the first team taking an actual lead in this matchup.
So it wasn't necessarily a Queen charge, but more of a Queen dive into that Town Hall that failed and really caused K1 a lot of problems here. I feel like everything else went really well. It seemed like the Royal Champion got what she was supposed to. The King did his job. It's just the Queen with those Ice Golems and Headhunters could not fend off and get that Town Hall down. Did a great job to try to bring it back, but it's going to be an 85% 2-star. Now that's going to leave the door wide open for Tribe Gaming to take the lead in this war. Single elimination. This is pretty huge. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, one question for Lalo. I'm not sure, did you remember what Rakira's used for his Warden as an equipment? Because I just saw that we had the Healing Tome in this last attack. But remember, the Healing Tome was nerfed. In addition to that, well, the equipments are capped on level 15, the common ones, which means he did use the Healing Tome instead of the Life Gem, which was buffed in the latest changes. So that was quite interesting to me, but well, I don't want to distract too much because we're already in with the next attack in Yo-Yo coming in with those Root Riders.
Yeah, I don't recall what Rakira's used. I don't think it was shown there at the beginning, but let's, like you said, let's move forward here as Yo-Yo is going with an attack we saw a ton of leading up to Worlds here. The Root Riders with Super Barbarians and Overgrowths. We don't see it as much as pretty much every aspect of this attack has been nerfed at some point. The Overgrowth has a smaller radius now. The Root Riders have had 3 separate nerfs. Even the HP of Valkyries and the damage of the Super Barbarians has been nerfed. So pretty much every every aspect of this attack. Also, the Druid been nerfed, so this whole attack been nerfed, but Yo-Yo seeing something that he likes on this base. The main thing here, and we talk about it a lot, is overgrowthing that Town Hall and having to come back to it can be dicey, but the overgrowth does wear off right here. Ooh, the troops are kind of away though, Itsu.
Oh, that is now the P.E.K.K.A. are coming back. Can they one-shot the Town Hall quickly? Right now they're skipping it. There goes the Rage. With those P.E.K.K.A. in combination, which means the second star is secured. The Royal Champion with her haste well and the Hot Rider puppet. And I think this is going to be the meta moving forward. If you're playing a Royal Champion alone or with air attacks where you tend to send her alone separately into the base, we will see a lot of shields with the Rocket Spear. But if you're doing ground attacks, the Hot Rider puppet, even though it was nerfed quite a bit, is going to be combined with the haste vial because it just gives you so much power through the back end. And in fact, that was really nicely showcased by Yo-Yo with this attack. The Town Hall going down with the Rage P.E.K.K.A. and the backup is just easily cleaned up with that Royal Champion. Nicely done by him.
Yeah, I mean, even though those hogs did take a massive nerf, they provide enough tanking when you pair that with the 1 second of invisibility and the Spirit Fox in there. It just provides enough shielding for that Royal Champion with the haste vial to get that faster attack and get the faster movement and just dish out a ton of damage. And that's what we see right there. I think today we're going to see so many different attacks. We will see the Root Riders. We're going to see Lalo. We might see some dragons. At some point, we're definitely going to see some Super Witches, in my opinion. So I really like that we're starting to see a lot more different attacks. And some of these entries are a lot more creative. Whereas in the past, when it was more of the speed meta, it was all like, I mean, Maxi and I would talk about, oh, he took 15 seconds to get his troops in instead of 10. That's going to cost him. Now these teams can take their time, do the attack the way they want to. And really, I mean, we've already seen the first mistake. You don't have to really worry about time as much now.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, there could be always the comeback, right? With not always having those 15 stars, Tribe could fail as well. And we have seen quite a few matches of Tribe in the hard mode where they have struggled with some stars, and especially 1 stars are happening quite often as well again, especially with things like the overgrowth for the Town Hall, which is a viable move to do, but it is quite greedy where you can get punished really hard with the Town Hall staying alive, and a 1 star is always a big shift momentum for the other team then around. But Supersonic, they're up next. Looking forward to what they bring up next. They have so far used Queen Charge Hybrid successfully and have failed once with the Hero Dive Lalo. What are they bringing next? What do you think? Is it dragons? Is it Super Witches? What would you expect here?
Honestly, I kind of like some kind of Queen Charge here. It seems like that opening Queen Charge was really well done. We tried to see like a little bit of a hero dive, but with no healers, the Queen wasn't able to do it. And I think in this meta, like Queen Charge, it just plays to the strong suit of this meta. The Queen is so strong on her own, even with the nerfed equipment. But actually, it's going to be something completely different. We're going to have Super Bowlers from Santiago.
I love Super Bowlers. I mean, I love smash attacks in general. They're always great to watch, and especially with the Rage Aura, you have that Warden being so quick and taking down a big part of the village. I mean, there was always a big problem in the past. And now on top of that, having those Earthquake Boots is such a game changer. The buff to the Earthquake Boots was one of the nicest things in a long time. I think they're just so great for ground attacks, and they're always a viable option. And let's see what exactly he's going to open up. And as well, if he's going to use that early to get into the multi-throne tower compartment, as I would expect he's going to the Eagle, or if he's going to wait for the core, where then he's going to open up towards the Town Hall. Both are options. What is he going to do?
Well, looks like he's going to take the long way through here as the Super Bowlers are going to make their way into the top compartment. Does have that jump spell. I love watching these Super Bowlers. If you get the rages right with the Super Bowlers and that extra bounce that they provide, they can really dish out some damage in a hurry and just destroy buildings in their path. Jump to open up that middle compartment. The King's with them. The Queen is on the outside. Flame Flinger working through the bottom. Should have no issues dealing with these Clan Council troops. Yeah, the Headhunters are down. The Ice Golems both get taken out, and that's a really big advantage as we see Super Minions taking out the Queen on the right side from the Clan Castle.
I'm looking forward to the King ability. There it is. The entire base is open. He has access towards everything, and especially towards the Town Hall. He's going to rage up the King so the Super Bowlers can stay on the flank, can stay away from the Town Hall, while the King in the Phoenix mode, taking down the Town Hall, and with that Royal Champion now on the back end, because again, she's going to be sending separately. She can use that Rocket Spear But we see as well, this time around, there are no outside biddings left, which means the Spirit Fox is going to run ahead. And this means she's not getting that much value out of that. But I feel like with this one, it's not going to be a big factor, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Look at those super bowlers. They're just bouncing right on through there. Still has queen ability. This one is going to be crushed. Pops off the 3 queens to get right on through there. And this is going to be a 3-star for Santiago. And Supersonic doing their best to hang in there with Tribe Gaming. Now, one thing we haven't talked about, Supersonic, they did a great job yesterday. They actually had a perfect war leading into this. But Tribe Gaming, they had to play 3 matches yesterday. Itsu, all 3 matches were perfect for them. So Tribe are coming in with the hot hand. It is a tall task for Supersonic, but I love the diverse attacks here. I really just love the execution of that Super Bowler attack.
Yeah, I feel like ground attacks in general have just gotten such a massive buff with the latest changes, even though druids have been nerfed, which were a big part of ground attacks. But I mean, come on, they weren't that strong. I think the ground attacks were that strong just because of the one troop. But right now, there's a lot of different things playing into the cards of ground attacks. You have this strong outside queen with the healer puppet and the magic mirror. You have the earthquake boots for the core. And as well, something which I like so much is the synergy between having king in the core with the earthquake boots, but as well the phoenix. If the king is dying in the core and the phoenix is getting spawned, all of those possible red mines, black mines, all of those air traps are going to be tanked by the Phoenix, and the healers are staying safe, which is a massive buff, because remember, you're going to use the Rage Gem on the Warden, which means you have no health recovery whatsoever for the healers, or no bonus health, which means like 5 or 6 red mines are already enough to take down those healers. Maybe a multi-phone tower shoots for a couple of seconds, and 4 red mines are already enough. So those healers have to be kept alive, and the King with the Phoenix are doing that in a great fashion, and that's, I feel like, why we see so many ground attacks right now. But Nebrox is in, and I would assume air, and it's actually a queen charge with the dragons.
Ooh, check it out though. Just a couple of healers here. We'll have to see if he has healer puppet when we cycle through the equipment. But 8 dragons, 8 balloons. He does have a recall, so maybe just a little bit of a queen setup here, and then a recall to set up the other side for the dragons. There goes a giant arrow all the way through the base. That'll weaken up some of those structures and help set the pathing for the queen to get her where she needs to go. Headhunter will come in to help deal with this queen, and it's going to be a nice looking setup. I really like the dragons on this style base. Like, it almost looks like it's showing you, hey, this is exactly where you need to send your dragons, and just do a little bit of funneling and send them right at this ricochet cannon.
Yeah, and I guess that's exactly where he's going to recall the queen towards, making sure that he has this entry point. Interestingly enough, he's going to pick the wider entry. While on the right side, we have seen like the entry's way more clear and set up. But he's going in with the wider approach, having the queen on the outside, forcing his dragons inside. But they're quite spread right now, which means the damage is not as drastic, especially since he's using the healing tome.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of an interesting approach. I definitely thought he was going in like that 4 or 5 o'clock side down that bottom right side. The queen is going to get a little bit of wall breaker assistance to help push her in, but look at this. The dragons are starting to fade a little bit. You talked about how they were spread out, and when they spread out like that, you just don't get that focus damage. You don't get that focus blast that you're looking for with the dragons, and this one is thinning very, very quickly. King is going to join the party here from the right side over there about 3 o'clock, and it's really going to be on the queen to do a lot of the heavy lifting and help the king and the royal champion just get a little bit more value on the back end of this base.
Yeah, but he has some super barbarians to really support his push here and force the king inside with that spiky ball. He's taking down a lot of those defenses. The queen is still alive, and she should not really go down because there's not much damage on the top side. The royal champion can still deal a lot of damage, but take a look at this baby dragon bash. It's just taking down the merged cannon for free.
Yeah, it did really, really well there. Great value. Now the world champion is in, and honestly, I think he managed this well enough. Even though the dragons maybe didn't get as much as we thought they would, he did a great job with the super barbarians. The king did a great job getting value, and just really patient on the royal champion. And it's going to be a 3-star. I was worried about this one, but Nebrex brings it back for a 3-star, and Tribe remain perfect. 3 for 3 thus far.
Yeah, perfect for Tribe. They're showing up. We have talked about that some of those teams who made it to the World Finals might take this as a practice for the World Championship, and so far Tribe is looking unstoppable. I mean, as well, they're going with their signature attack. Nibrax is known for those dragon type attacks for a long time. Dragons, super dragons, electric dragons, this is really where he is shining. The same thing is for Rikiris. He's known for his Zap Lalo, that's exactly what he did. And as well, Yo-Yo, I guess, he is a wild card to some degree. He can like play everything. That's what he's known for. He's just an insanely well-rounded player, and he can play anything, I guess. So they're really playing to their strength in this one, and as well trying to not like show too much, show too little, but at the same time taking this tournament as serious as possible to really make sure that they're getting to the first seed and getting their prize money.
One thing I did notice is the order for Tribe. Usually we see Yo-Yo attacking more late in the war, but with him going early, I guess kind of getting that attack out of the way. I mean, it was working out for them. I'm not complaining. Just a little, little tidbit I wanted to add in there. I do want to give you guys a quick update on our offline matchup, HST versus Pulse Esports. It looks like HST is in the lead there. They have 4 attacks for 11 stars. Pulse is in right now attacking, but they have 3 attacks for 7 stars. So it appears they have 2 misses, and HST is in the lead there. But Supersonic is going to look to bounce back here, and Juanjo Fernandez is going to be our next attacker. Speaking of a dragon player, Juanjo is known for dragon attacks, whether it be dragons, super dragons, electro dragons. I've seen Juanjo use almost every dragon in Clash of Clans, even Inferno baby dragons, and this looks like a very similar setup to Nibrax's approach here with the Queen. No recall on this one though.
Yeah, no recall means he wants to commit with his Archer Queen from that bottom side, and as well making sure that his Queen and heroes in general are far away from that clan castle, which is located close to that egalitary, because this means if there are ice golems in there, he won't lure it. And this is exactly what is happening. There is no... If I saw it correctly, I think there were only a couple of archers and headhunters coming out, which means there's most likely 2 more
Did he bring
ice golems in there, but that was a tornado trap into... I think he... Is there Yetis in there or something? I'm not really sure, but the town hall was greatly covered by 2 black mines, and now all of those dragons are taking a lot of damage bash.
Yeah. So I think he brought Yetis inside the battle blimp, which pulled out the couple of ice golems, which stalled everything up. But the dragons were able to get some nice value. And I would have thought he would have brought balloons in there since he was trying to avoid that clan castle, but it works out for him. He does a pretty good job there. He's still working with the Queen. The Queen's getting some nice value. The King is going to Phoenix, so the King is going to get taken out, but the Royal Champion has yet to join the party here, so she will come in and she should be able to sweep through if he wants to bring her from the right side or if he wants to bring her with the Queen, and he is going to bring her with the Queen and kind of support here. If he can alleviate some of the damage on the Queen and get that scatter shot and builder hut out, the Queen's going to have a nice path through the rest of this base.
Yeah, the Queen can reach out of those defenses, but there's going to be still a lot of damage on this back end with that ricochet cannon. The Royal Champ crucially taking down that defending multi-inferno tower, but 55 seconds. Do you think it's going to be enough time? Because there's the back end storage. We have as well, like the Dark Elixir storage on the outside. We have the storage on the inside. So I feel like time is going to be an issue because most likely, we all know the Queen, she has to go through 2 walls. At least that's what I would expect, right? Or do you think she's going to be smart enough to just go through 1?
Yeah, I think, well, she's going to be down by that bomb tower, so there's a good chance that she's going to probably try to get through 2 right here. I think he needed the Royal Champion and or Phoenix or something to stay up. He did have that minion he could have held on to and maybe put that minion in now, but I think this is going to ultimately be a time fill, as you mentioned it, to 17 seconds. Even if she has to beat through 1 wall, it's not going to be enough. It's barely going to be enough time to beat through these last few buildings, so it's going to be a time fail for Supersonic and Juanjo Fernandez, and they will fall even further behind Tribe Gaming with their 2nd miss of the war. Oh, it's 99%. That is a heartbreaker. Again, maybe he could have used that minion, that 1 single minion, to clean up that storage, but even then, it might not have been enough time.
Yeah, really close call, but I feel like the MVP for this was in the end the combination of Tornado Trap into the double Black Mine to protect that Town Hall, and that caused a lot of issues for the attack, to stall the attack, to make sure that the Town Hall was able to deal way more damage, and that was really the important factor here in this one, just stalling the dragons and being able to have so much damage from the defense, because remember, that's a massive difference in the hard mode. 5% more defensive damage might seem like not a lot, but 5% is quite a bit if you're adding that on every single defense, and especially if there are rage towers or anything like that in combination. Like, this is going to add up really quick.
Yeah, there's so many defenses in the game, so you're right, it does add up. And not to mention, I mean, that 5% less damage from the heroes, that adds up just as much, especially when you're relying on the queen to get so much value. And ultimately, like, that 5% could have made up that little bit of time. Just updating on that matchup that I was talking about before, HST is up by 2 stars after 4 attacks, so they are in a commanding position. But let's get back to our wars. Tribe Gaming Exorcist is coming in with the Super Witch attack. We should see a beautiful fireball here from the Grand Warden. Should get some massive value into this compartment, and this is what I've been waiting for. And you talked about it as well, Itsu. These fireball attacks can be so fun to watch, but this one, it should be a pretty simple setup here.
Yeah, and oh, he wants to have the fireball go even deeper, want to get some more inside defenses out there. And now entering from the far right side, there goes the Super Witches. We have some test loons in the mix as well. The wall break is there to make sure the troops can actually get into the base. And he has to use the Siege Barracks on the outset to push everything inside. He's relying on a huge push. And I think that's understandable because this core bash is stacked.
Oh yeah, these cores can be very, very tough, but as long as you keep the healers onto the witches, you should be fine. Remember, the witches do spawn those big boys slightly faster with a recent, I guess it wasn't really recent, but they did have a buff in a previous update where they spawn just a little bit faster. So as those big boys get taken out, you'll get the witches. Beautiful earthquake boots there to weaken up the town hall, weaken up some of those defenses from the king, and everything is working through here now. We got Valkyries joining out of the clan castle, royal champion yet to be deployed, and there is still a druid in there to provide just a little bit of healing support.
Yeah, especially getting through this heavily stacked core. And there are those black mines. That's exactly what I was talking about with this Phoenix. The Phoenix tanked a lot of black mines, which means a couple of those healers were staying alive, and they're now coming in clutch for this back end. They're getting into the rage spell, and this means this queen is just not going down. And remember, she still has her ability, and she should get towards that back end. Battery running low, but that won't stop Exorcist for this one. He's going to crush this base, and he's not even using the Royal Champion on this one. I mean, that is just completely domination from Tribe Gaming here.
Just a well done Super Witch attack. I like what he did with the Warden at the beginning. I thought he was going to fireball right at the Eagle, but I actually made that invisible so he could get just a little bit of extra value, and it pays off beautifully. There goes the Royal Champion, swagged out there at the end. To be clear, that is our spotter's iPad that may be low battery, not Exorcist. Exorcist, I'm sure, is plugged in on the strongest Wi-Fi he could find, and that's going to be another 3-star for Tribe Gaming as they are remaining perfect throughout not only this matchup, but throughout our whole tournament here in Cup 2.
Yeah, especially how he used the fireball was really nice. As you said, turning the Eagle invisible to make sure that he gets a little bit of a deeper fireball, because what he did with that, he actually took down the clan castle on top, which is always a massive thing, because if a triple ice golem clan castle is in a base like this, where you're getting stalled for like 15 seconds or something, that can be a really big difference maker, because your rages are running out. You're going to have less power for the back end, and that really made a big difference. So really smart play here from Exorcist, knowing the limits of his equipment and of his troops, really overpowering this base.
And a really great adjustment there, just making sure that he had the right earthquakes, right spells. I really, you kind of talking about the earthquake boots earlier. I really love the earthquake boots in the middle of a base like that. You just get so much value, because it's not only like destroying those walls, you get a high percentage of damage onto those buildings. So when you have all those big boys bouncing through there, raged up with the Super Witches, with the Queen, it's just so much extra damage. And that's how you can really power through those heavy cores. I mean, I've gone through those compartments and just absolutely had all my troops wrecked, but that's why Tribe play pro and I'm playing in Legends League. Joel is coming in next for Supersonic, and they are really behind. They need a triple here and then a really epic fail from Tribe Gaming and their last attack, but it is going to be a Lalo setup, maybe even a Skelly Donut Lalo. He has the troops for a Skelly Bat Donut. Let's see if he does decide. Yeah, it looks like just that, Itsu.
Yeah, there goes the skeleton spell. Is he going to get everything he's looking for? Another invisibility. And he's getting the Inferno Tower is going down. Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, a big no. Because Clankas is staying alive. That is never a good sign for your attacks. And then there are even spring traps against the sneaky goblins. This is going downhill really quick. And a recovery after this is not an easy task whatsoever.
Yeah, you try to get so much value. You tried to get the CC and Eagle there, but maybe you need to just focus on the CC and then hope the Skeletons would have went over to the Eagle. King is going to work through on that bottom side. Beautiful Earthquake boots there. The Flame Flinger is going to just try to get a lot of value. I think he's going to rely on the Flame Flinger on that air defense to wake the Town Hall up. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But he's still sticking with it. And if we're seeing clan castles like what we've seen so far, where it's 3 Headhunters and 2 Ice Golems, or even 3 Ice Golems, he could still manage this and be fine. Town Hall does wake up as that air defense is targeted, and now here comes the World Champion, but he's still got a lot of base and a lot of heavy defenses.
Yeah, and there are the Ice Golems getting lured from their clan castle, which means not a lot of damage, but those rocket spears are now completely wasted. But there's no damage on the Royal Champion, so like, it's not the end of the world, to be honest. He's getting the Hound inside that Warden ability, but the Warden is kind of staying behind. Come on, Warden, follow out of the Shadow Poison, move!
Yeah, he's kind of just stuck there with the balloons. The Hound just went way ahead with the haste. Ice Hound comes in and it's a beautiful freeze from the Ice Hound. Let's see if he can make it to the back of this base as that Poison Tower is getting ready to throw. It does throw it to the pack of balloons over on the side, and that bow is set to ground. So Joel can still recover this. After that Skelly Donut miss, this would be an epic 3-star, and it's looking like he's got it on board. What a recovery. After you missed 2 major targets with the Skelly Donut to still 3-star that is a massive move.
Really, really impressive showing by him. Just that Flame Flinger value was amazing by him. Really making good use out of that equipment. And I think the big difference maker here was really the choice of Clan Castle. Just imagine that Royal Champion would have not taken down the Elitary, for example, and if there would have been a damage defensive Clan Castle troops in there, this would have been a complete different outcome, because Eagle staying alive, the Multi-Champ Inferno Tower staying alive, all of those defenses were taken down by the Royal Champion, and yet not many duels left, but great recovery, and that's another 3-star for Supersonic.
One thing I've noticed here in the hard mode is, since we're not worried about the speed and we're not going as quick as possible, these attackers can be a lot more patient, and that's what we saw there from Joel. Is there was a lot of patience to let that Flame Flinger work, let the heroes work. Look at the King got so much value, set up the Royal Champion, she was able to stay out of damage. So now that we don't have to just like drop everything in and run, you can really set up the attack and recover. The 3-star is nice, don't get me wrong, but they are still up against it, as Tribe already has 12 stars to Supersonic's 13. Let's see if Tribe Gaming can get the perfect war here to start off the broadcast. That would be very, very epic. But on top of that, I mean, they have not missed throughout this whole cup, which I think that is even more impressive.
It is impressive for sure, especially in the hard mode, but as well it shows kind of like the difference in skill when we're talking about the teams who are qualified for the World Championship and those teams who are really good, but there's just like this small percentage missing to make them as consistent as some of the top teams, and that's right now the problem for Supersonic, and they have to hope for a miracle right now for Kronos to fail. But Kronos is having different plans. He's going in with the Super Witches, with the Warden charge in the beginning.
Yeah, check this out. Quad Quake in here. Lots of earthquakes to just weaken up the town. Ooh, I think he missed on the Queen's Giant Arrow. I think the Queen was supposed to get the Town Hall down, so I think that was a little bit of a miss, but I think he's going to run right on through the Town Hall anyways and secure this victory. Oh man, if he could have got that Town Hall down with the Queen, that would have been so massive. But he's still going to be fine here. Still plenty of healers, still has the Warden to support the Queen. Does make them invisible just to alleviate some of that damage. And there goes the Town Hall, and now he can bring in the Super Witches to accompany.
Yeah, having the Super Witches joining his Archer Queen, but there is going to be a lot of damage on that Queen. I guess he's just going to Okay, I was expecting him to just sacrifice her, because I feel like there was no chance of keeping her alive, which means he has invested the 1 freeze, but he has not gotten his Queen alive out of this current situation. And hopefully we're back in the attack in just a second, but I mean, this attack, with how it's setting up, it should get that second star, which is going to be the important thing for Tribe Gaming for the victory itself. The question, though, is if he can power through for the 3-star. I guess we will find out in a little bit.
Yeah, remember, even if it was a disconnect, the AI would play out all of the troops that have been played onto the board, which would definitely be enough for the second star. But here we are. We're back in action here. The King, look at that spiky ball surging right on through the base. Does have the Super Witches, still does have some healers, and Valkyrie is out of the clan castle, are going to join the party. World Champions at the bottom, and honestly, if she can handle that flank and the Witches can tank a little bit, he could still be all right here. It's a long way to go, but Kronos is managing this attack very well after the mistake early on.
Yeah, but the Super Witches are right now in the wrong channel. Are they going to come back? It seems like, yes, they're smarter than the Archer Queen. They're actually going to walk around that corner and coming back for this backhand while the Royal Champion is still pushing through. She still has her ability and she should be able to overpower that merged cannon. And there's not many defenses left standing. With the Rage, with those Hogs, he should be able to clutch up this 3-star even though he did not have the perfect start into the attack.
Tribe are playing on another level right now. If you're a Worlds qualified team, you got to be keeping your eye on this Tribe team. It looks like they're building tons of momentum going into this Super Fest and Clash Worlds. It's going to be the perfect war for Tribe Gaming. 15 stars will advance them into our next round as they take down Supersonic. And look right here, yeah, the Queen was just off just a little bit there and doesn't shoot through the Town Hall, but still able to recover it and get the perfect war, get the 3-star with the Super Witches.
Yeah, I feel like we all have been there, right? Like a giant arrow which is going completely in the wrong direction. It is sometimes not easy whatsoever to actually hit the specific target you're looking for with that equipment. It can be really challenging, but still the recovery after that is even more challenging, but Kronos was able to pull it off, so really impressive stuff by him and his entire team.
Yeah, I think he did a really good job. I think he was like kind of debating, do I try to, keep this Queen up or do I just let her get taken out? And at first it looked like he was going to try to save her. He did commit the freeze to the Monolith, but ultimately she wasn't cooperating. So he just lets the Queen get taken out, transfers those healers over to the Super Witches, and he's able to power right on through there. Great job by the Super Witches also to kind of come back out of that channel like you mentioned as well. Perfect war. We don't see a ton of those in the hard mode. Well, I guess if you're playing in Cup number 2, you're seeing a ton of them, but that's a great way to start off our show so far. GG's to Supersonic, and remember, they will be eliminated, but they will get some of those ever so important leaderboard points.
Yeah, that is the important thing, setting things up for the later cups and making sure that their position is as optimal as possible. And, well, Tribe is moving forward. We're going to see them later today as we're going to watch every single match today in this cup. And this is how the bracket is looking like. Tribe Gaming winning their first match, and HST Gaming are going to win their first match, which means the first semi-final is set up. Tribe Gaming versus HST.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good matchup, and we're going to set up and get ready for our next matchup as well, which is going to be HCM Brazil going up against Dizzy. That one is looking to be really good. We won't see Milliceme, who is our other Worlds team, Worlds qualified team, but I would love to see, and nothing against our other teams in the tournament, but I would love to see a Tribe versus Milliceme final here, kind of setting up for Worlds. I mean, that could be a really great sneak peek.
That would be incredible action between those two powerhouses. And especially as well, the question then is, are they consistent enough, those two teams, to make it to the finals? Because, as I've just said earlier, I feel like those Worlds teams are just always so consistent in whatever meta. And this is just the big challenging thing for them to accomplish. But I think we're going into a small break, and we will back them with our next match right after. So get a drink, and we will be back in a couple of minutes.
I got the Lambo car, house in the hills with the stars. Told you I'd raise the bar, told you that I go far. Oh, what we could have been if you weren't arrogant. Oh, baby, what we could have been. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fireplace. 20K gold
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hey Clashers, we're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we already had a banger of our first match, and we have another banger back, and that is Maxi. Welcome back.
Wow, that's the best introduction, or might be the best introduction I have ever gotten. Thank you so much. And yeah, welcome back everyone at home. Thanks for sticking with us. We're back with our second match shortly in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And that was an incredible first match between Tribe and Supersonic. And we see the perfect war already. That was crazy, but we have two big names coming up in our second quarterfinal, Itsu.
That's right, and especially Dizzy as a group overall, they have an incredible lineup of different teams out there, and you will see them as well in the high ranks in Legend League, for example. You will see that name Dizzy quite a bit, so I'm really looking forward to see how they can perform under this pressure in this match. The 6 players, or the 6-player roster, is right now on your screen, and I'm expecting a lot from them, Maxi.
Yeah, so am I, especially looking at their results yesterday. I think that they have only gotten perfect wars leading into today, but they don't have an easy opponent on the other side. We've got HTM Brazil, and these are none others than the former world champions when they were playing under the name Clash Champs. We have Celinho, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Achilles. So a little bit of roster changes since their world championship title about a year ago, but still they are a force to reckon in Clash of Clans competitive esports.
Yeah, that's right, 100%. And they were as well so close to get back to the world championship, not making it in the finals versus Tribe Gaming. So they're up for revenge as well to get as far as possible. We have a lot of high caliber teams in this tournament overall, in this cup, and I cannot wait to see who is going to get out of this match, because remember, we have a single elimination tournament bracket, which means whoever is going to lose is dropping out of this. And well, Dizzy Esports are starting things up, and we're back with the Root Riders.
Oh yes, already diving into the action, and the Root Riders, yeah, they can be quick, as we saw in Yo-Yo's attack in the match before. But Itsu, in or 2 weeks ago in the Open Cup #1, we saw most of the 1-stars with this exact attack strategy when overgrowthing the Town Hall, and I think this is about to happen from Ueta. Right, yes, there goes the overgrowth, but he's taken out a lot of the base already, Itsu.
Yes, he is taking out a lot already indeed. But remember, with those more damage setups around the defense, and especially Rage Towers, it can be a little bit rough to leave the Town Hall for the back end, because that's exactly what he's doing right now. Everything is bypassing the Town Hall. Now it's waking up, and take a look at that. This Rage Tower is covering just so much, and he's trying to delay it at all costs with those freezes, and the Roy Champ is just going crazy and taking down everything as quickly as he could.
Yeah, and it was perfect that he used the free spells on the Rage spell tower to make sure the defenses were not raged up. And yeah, he is doing this, making this look easy. 1 minute 22, that was even a fast attack there. And remember, this is hard mode. Less damage from your heroes and more damage from the defenses. And pulling a 3-star off in 82 seconds is all the more tough in this meta. But great job from Ueta, and this will definitely show HDM Brazil that they have an extremely strong opponent and that they have to give it everything in their 5 attacks.
Yeah, that's for sure. Really solid start for them. And well, this means we're going to see hopefully something even more crazy from the other side. In the first match already, we have seen so many different strategies, so I'm really hoping to see a lot of big variety of strategies. In this one, we have seen a Queen Judge hybrid, we have seen a ton of different Lalo variations, even though we have not seen the Queen Judge Lalo, I believe. That will be something I'm looking forward to. And as well, otherwise, Dragons were in the mix. Super Witches were in the mix as well. Something which we have not seen though was the mass rocket doom with the fireball, which I feel like is an incredible strong strategy, but it can backfire as well quite a bit if you're really not hitting that final spot which you're looking for, and that can risk a lot. And especially moving in with a strategy like this early on can be risky. So I'm looking forward to maybe something more, well, safe, like Super Witches, which we have seen in the last match, really successful.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a Super Bowler Smash as well. And there's also the Electro Titan Smash, for example, which I think has had a little bit of a comeback as well in the past couple of weeks, at least. I have seen it once or twice in competitive matches, but the Rocket Toon strategy you were talking about is also something that I would look forward to a lot. But you know, it has been developed a lot. It's not just a huge fireball and then rocket loons anymore, as we saw in the time meta a couple months ago. It's now that you combine a Warden Walk that basically goes on the entire attack, mostly combined with the Angry Jelly in the beginning, so that the Warden snipes off only defenses. And then when he's been going a little farther into the base, you use 2 or 3 invisibility spells and let him take out the core of the base, something like that. And these attack strategies, they are also very consistent. And I've even seen, I think Gaku from Navi used it last Open Cup, and some players even used this strategy in Legend League, meaning it is very versatile and can work against a lot of bases. But it's obviously the weakness is it is very complicated to execute, very prone to mistakes. If you are a little bit too late, your Warden can die, and what do you do then? So that's probably why these attackers are going with a little bit more, you know, easy to control attack strategies at the moment, I would think.
Yeah, and Gaku, for example, is one of those players who are playing this strategy in Legend League to great success, and that's actually...
Well, there we go.
Renal has listened all the time. That's perfect. So we can talk even more about this strategy, Maxi, even though he has a little bit of a different touch to this, as he's using the Warden charge we have talked about, but he's combining this to another Queen charge at the same time. So we have already said this strategy is not easy whatsoever. He's just doing even more, and this is the problem. There is so much multitasking. The Queen is going down, and that is not what he was looking for.
No, and he even invested the invisibility spell, and it looked like it was just in time, but the expo shots were already in the air and still firing at the Queen, and then she died in the invis. That is very unlucky, but at least the Warden Fireball taken off there and is taking out a lot of the base. He will have to deal with the Clan Castle, but that was expected. Looking at his army comp, he still has a poison spell, but it's not looking great. Also the King now going to the outside, I mean barely surviving, but I think he wanted to go into the center of the base with the Queen as well.
Yeah, this is going to be not easy to recover whatsoever. The Royal Champion being down already, being one of the big comeback mechanics in this attack, is already gone. He's trying to recover now with that Siege Barrage at the bottom side, but this means he is completely relying now on this Warden to get that Town Hall. There's still quite a lot of damage, and if he's now unfortunate and this Elixir storage is not getting funneled quick enough, which he's trying to do right now, if the Warden is getting towards the tunnel from the wrong angle and the King is in front and the Warden is locking onto it and chasing him, this might be a big nightmare, and exactly that is happening. Now take a look at this. He's going to try to chase the King. The King is engaging and he is going to have to use those headhunters, which he does, but the Warden is just struggling so much.
Yeah, and the Warden has to get the Town Hall, but I don't even know if it's going to target the Town Hall, and no. The whole Tesla farm and all these outside buildings are luring the Warden away, and I don't even know when he will go for this Town Hall. Okay, Bernal is trying everything he can with the Rocket Loons now, but the angle of the Warden, okay, finally he goes to the Town Hall, and Itsu, he can still 2-star, and even 3-star this, I mean 3 stars is probably too little time, but the 2-star should be good, right?
He should be able to get it, especially because of this Rage Gem. The Rage Aura of this Warden is such a big game changer. Not only is going to give the Warden a lot of damage, but as well as raging up those healers to keep him alive. The multi-arch tower, though, is dealing a little bit too much, it seems like, especially combined with those supercharged Tesla. And the Warden should go down really soon, and this means it's the end for Bernal's attack. And we have talked about this strategy. It is incredibly strong, and it's probably the strongest strategy right now as well in the game if you're not talking about event troops. But it's just so punishing, and there's so much multitasking going on that it's not easy to execute whatsoever. He was concentrating on this Warden, taking a look at if he needed any rages or support versus the Merge Cannon and the defending Royal Champion. And during that time, not paying attention for a couple of seconds, his Queen went down, and the hero dive on the far right side went completely downhill, and he was not really able to recover to a 3-star. At least the second star was secure.
Yeah, that was tough to watch. I mean, Bash said it in the match before. The Queen is probably the strongest troop or character in the game. She is dealing so much damage, and when she goes down that early, like it was the case with Bernal, it's going to be really tough, especially when you have planned a push with your Queen into the base. But we're already into the next attack. Dan is coming in once more with the Root Rider, so it seems like this is the strategy of choice for Dizzy Esports. We are, as you can see, looking very concentrated at the attack, and there we are back in it. Root Rider's already inside of the base, and yeah, once again, an overgrowth spell, and he's probably going to take out the Town Hall at the end of the attack.
Yeah, but this one wall piece was not open, which means the Queen cannot reach that multi-inferno tower. He's relying now on the Queen to stay alive for as long as possible, but the healer puppet would be in range of the multi-inferno tower because the Queen was not able to take it out. But the most interesting part right now are the Root Riders with the Rage Tower. There is a lot of damage on his troops. The overgrowth going down towards the Town Hall, but this means he has to have a lot of troops alive. Otherwise, this Town Hall is going to be a 1-star trap for him.
Well, there are not really any troops alive still, except for on the outside of the base, and then realizes that it's now raging up the Royal Champion, and it will probably come down to her to take out the Town Hall. But there are 2 multi-archer towers still there. She's in the tornado trap, and so this is not looking great. There's a huge 1-star risk at the moment, and I don't even know if he can recover at all.
Oh my... That's called Flying Barbarians. A lot of Flying Barbarians right there. All of those spring traps. But Maxi, you said it. It is a 1-star indeed. The Rage Towers are have such an insane synergy with those with the hard mode rules, because defenses are already doing 5% more damage. Then you're adding the bonus damage, the rage percentage of the Rage Tower on top of that. This is just an insane amount of damage of a defense, and those Root Riders just disappeared like they are nothing. They're not tanky whatsoever. And this means now that even though Dizzy Esports had a lead in the beginning, everything can now shift depending on what HDM does next, because they're attacking as second team now. And, well, they could take the lead with a 3-star or tie things up with a 2-star.
Yeah, that's right. If the second attacker would get 91% just as Bernal, then it would be entirely even between the two teams. But of course, I would rather think that HTM are a little bit in the lead, because the 3-star rate is still over 50% for these pros. But we've seen even a player from the caliber of Bernal 2-starring, so anything can happen in this hard mode, and I love it. I love that we have excitement until the very end of the war. You know, not a single fail can decide that now the war is over and we just have to watch Root Riders piercing through every single base. But it's crazy that the pros are still, or so many pros are still using the Root Riders with the overgrowth, even though it seems to me that there's like a 30% 1-star rate or something with these Root Riders attacks. They are either very fast, like 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30, 3 stars, or they end up being 1-stars. And I guess that, especially leading into the World Championship, that is not a risk that you should be willing to take as a professional player.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, maybe that's something which we see a lot of with trophy pushers. It can be kind of a downside right now of playing Legend, because I feel like this attack would have probably worked in a regular game without the hard mode, but having the bonus damage on offense, having less damage from the heroes as well, And all of those things combined make sure that tanky troops like the Root Riders are not as tanky anymore. So this can be sometimes a bit like a tricky thing, especially if it's like an all or nothing attack where the assumption of, okay, I have enough hit points, I have enough tankiness, I have enough power is tricking you and is really going to backfire. And this is where like more surgical attacks like Lalo, Queen Charge attacks and everything are more controlled, and this is why we see it a lot from top teams right now, that those strategies are having a heavy comeback because they are just so consistent. And that's exactly the strategy which we see right now as well with HTM. Lalo with the Lightnings and the Flame Flinger to set up this bottom side, because another thing is Flame Flingers were not that popular in the time meta. But now with 3 stars on the line, this Siege Machine is completely back because it has been the strongest Siege Machine for a long time, and it just can have so much value.
Yeah, absolutely. And we, just as you said it, we see a Lalo now from Leo there, and the opener looks already very strong. He's set up, and that's the most important thing, a little bit of a pathing. He took out the defenses in the core of the base and then this top corner, and now trying to push with the Queen even further into this Town Hall compartment, and I think that the Town Hall is what he is aiming to get. And then he has created an L shape, and he's taken out 2 of the most damaging defenses, the Town Hall and the Monolith. And we can see him now starting the Lalo on the left, and if you go from left to the bottom to the right, you can see this L shape that is perfect for a Lalo to send through.
Yeah, really great pathing by him. The Queen will take down the Town Hall. The Warden ability has been used, and the loons are right now really slow and just in the single front tower, so I'm not sure how much value the Warden ability provided, but especially now with reinforcing more loons over those wizard towers, the pathing just looks so amazing. The poison tower might be the only back-end challenge which there is right now, but I feel like he has so many loons, and especially reinforcement loons left, that this should be no problem whatsoever. Trying to use those minions to snipe the defending Royal Champion, which should or could work maybe, but the Tornado Trap Maxi is taking down quite a few loons, but I think it should be still enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but this Royal Champion is doing so much. I mean, can't a loon drop on her? Finally, she goes down. Okay, Leo has just a couple of balloons left, and look at the red mine farm, luckily being triggered by a single minion, and I think even time should be fine, even though these skellies are distracting on the left side, but yeah, with 30 seconds he will be able to take out these 2 buildings.
Yeah, really nicely done by Leo, and this means they're taking the lead with this 3-star. And well, since HGM had a 2-star in their first attack, this match is still somewhat close, even though we have seen the 1-star from Dizzy. There's only a 1-star difference right now between those 2 teams, with 2 attacks in on each side. And we have seen already plenty of different strategies, while Dizzy Esports were heavily committing towards the Root Riders. The question now though is, are they going to stick with it? Are they going to mix things up? What is their next strategy to show us? Because I feel like Root Riders, they have worked once, they have failed once. Is it going to be now time for a different strategy, or are they going to stick with that strategy right now? Because it has worked already, just failed already as well.
Yeah. That's true, but if I were them, I would probably not take that risk anymore. Now I would try to triple out, and as you said, those Dizzy players, they are so high up in Legend League as well, so they must know some safe 3-star strategies, and I guess not all of them are attacking with the event troops, so I don't know. Okay, well, I was going to suggest Super Witches, but here we go with the Electro Titan Smash that we were talking about just a couple minutes ago. So let's see how this can work. I mean, it's definitely extremely good against Skelly traps and against Clan Castle troops like archers, because these Electro Titans, they just obliterate them.
Yeah, and I think Electro Titans are just so good, and something which I like them better over Root Riders is they are not relying on defenses. They're just going from overall building to building, and this should be great for them. He's delaying the Warden ability for the core, and this looks really solid so far. The Queen on the bottom side is a little bit slow, but she will make her way through all of this as there are super minions now. Should fire away on that multi-inferno tower, but no, wait, they're targeting the Royal Champion first, and this means maybe the multi-inferno tower is actually staying alive. Town Hall going down though. There goes the freeze, the Royal Champion. Where's the Royal Champion? In the core with the Rocket Spear, but there's a lot of buildings on the back end.
Yeah, the Royal Champion was actually helping out these super minions in taking out this multi-inferno. But yeah, just as you're saying, the Royal Champion will fiddle, the troops in the core will fiddle out, and it's down to the Queen. She's got her ability, yes, but she's not going to reach that multi-inferno. So, I don't know, he has to freeze so the healers survive, and then hoping that the Queen will come back. But he's doing nothing at the moment. Just waiting for the Queen to do something. But yeah, I mean, the Queens are getting obliterated by the multi and the ground expo. He finally decides to freeze, but that was way too late, I think.
Yeah, it was way too late indeed, because that Queen is going to go down now. And that's another defense for HGM. Dizzy Esports right now are struggling quite a bit, and you guys said it. They were really successful of making it to this stage of this cup, but right now, they're really not finding great answers to the basis of HDM. And this is as well what we have said earlier. Those teams who are not in the World Championship, they do not hold back whatsoever. They can just bring everything into this competition, which means offensive strategies and as well the defense. They can use whatever works best in their opinion, and they don't have to hide anything. And this is really showing with those bases, because they're holding back Dizzy's attacks great.
Yeah, and Dizzy actually came into this quarterfinal with winning over Next Gen Esports. And if we remember the last Open Cup 2 weeks ago, Next Gen Esports were actually in the final against Na'Vi, securing themselves 50 points on the leaderboard. And Dizzy were able to take them out, send them home with a perfect war, but they apparently are struggling against the bases from HTM. They have done something right, and probably they have designed these bases especially against any type of ground smash that goes through the core of the base, like we saw with the Electro Titans, like we see with Super Witches, Super Bowlers, and even the Root Riders, because they are not a classic smash, but there is still ground troops that go through the core of the base. So yeah, the base setup seems to be really strong, and maybe Dizzy needs to look at some air troops, and maybe then they will have an easier time tripling these bases.
I feel like as well, like a different approach there might be as well a good move, because I feel like those sort of bases where you have this really big core which is heavily stacked by defenses, instead of going the far side, a lot of times like going from the flank might be a good approach. But we are back to the Warden charge with the Fireball most likely. We have the Rocket Loons as well in there, and the question now is, can he keep alive everything which he uses in this attack? As well now attempted the same strategy, but he struggled of keeping that Queen alive, and that backfired quite a bit. He was barely able to save that second star, and Achilles now needs to get the next 3-star in to make sure that they're having as big of a lead as possible going into the second half of this match.
Oh, he freezes the Headhunters. Sorry for interrupting you. I just saw this mass of Headhunters running towards the Warden, but Achilles saw it as well and reacted there with the freeze spell. Otherwise, if a Warden is caught off guard while shooting against another building, this can sometimes be brutal for them. But yeah, good job from Achilles. He also took out the entire Tesla farm around the Town Hall. He still has the Queen ability intact, so I guess she will be able to take out the Town Hall. Which she should path to right now. Yes, she does. And then with the Flame Flinger as well, I feel like this attack is looking really strong, because Achilles is combining some of the strongest mechanics in the game, like we used to say about the Skelly Donut Lalo, for example, with the Flame Flinger. Here we see the Warden Walk, Queen and King dive on one side and the Flame Flinger, and then, you know, there's just a couple of defenses that you take out with the rocket balloons. This is looking extremely strong from Achilles, and no doubt that this is going to be a 3-star.
Yeah, really, really nicely calculated approach. Even having the one cleanup rocket loon, but overall a great idea of having, hey, we have this little island of defenses around the top side with the Town Hall, so we're just hero dive with the King and Queen in there, and then having the entire left side taken care of with the Warden, the Flame Flinger supporting, and then the Rocket Dunes are just getting pushed in from the far right side with the Roy Champ together. Really, really nice base breakdown by him, and that's another 3-star for HDM, and they are now up quite a bit. And well, Dizzy Esports need a lot of 3-stars now and quite a few defenses to turn this match around.
Absolutely, and you know who else needs a couple of defenses or 3 stars to turn a match around? MMG, Milsim MG, in our other quarterfinals that is taking place at the same time. They are down 4 stars and 1 attack at the moment against HDM Esports. Milsim have only been able to get 8 stars out of 3 attacks, while HDM Esports have gotten 12 stars out of 4 attacks. So it's looking very good for them, looking good for both HDM teams at the moment, I have to say. So we have to wait and see. But in this match here, we have a 2-star lead, and that is very hard to come back from after 3 attacks.
It is not an easy task whatsoever. All they can do right now is to concentrate on their own attacks, and maybe, as you said, switch to air attacks or do something different in their approaches, because right now the ground attacks are not working for them within the last 2 attacks. It was a 1-star and a 2-star, not something we are looking forward to when you're talking about this state of the competition. And well, the question now is, are they actually going to change things up, or are they staying with their ground attacks? That's, to me, the big question.
Yeah, that definitely is. But 2 stars are so much, so they basically have to rely on 2 fails from HDM Brazil. A 1-star, we saw it happen, but it is actually very rare with these pros. Bernal was close, but he was lucky that his Warden decided to take out the Town Hall. But there we go, Xiao Tian is already live, and I mean, I don't know what to say. She's also bringing the Root Riders, and Dizzy just stick to this army. So let's see if she can prove us wrong.
And I'm scared, Maxi, because I'm seeing again the Overgrowth spell. This can backfire quite a bit. The funnel so far, the setup so far looks solid, but with this Rage Tower and knowing that in hard mode defenses deal so much more damage, this is, well, this will be a lot of damage in that core. Can she handle this? That is the big question to me, where the Queen is trying her best to really push those troops into that core. She is missing the Rage Tower with that freeze, which means the Rage Tower is going off. The Warden ability is doing a great job of keeping everything alive, and that King ability was money.
Yeah, that was really great. And all of the troops are now avoiding the Town Hall poison. That is huge. So in my opinion, so far this is looking really strong, and I would call this a 3-star already. I mean, look at the board. She's got 2 rage spells left, so many super barbarians, although she should look out for spring traps. There we go on the right side. But so many troops still alive on the top side, and if she just uses those spells correctly now, especially freezing this Town Hall once, she should have an easy time of 3-starring this base, Itsu. But let's hope I didn't jinx that.
That would be quite nice, because that tower still has to go down. There's quite a few defenses around. There goes the freeze. There goes the first out of 2 rages, which are still able to be deployed. What? Bakeries? The Queen? Wait, the Queen ability is still there. The Town Hall is going down. And this means the 3-star is in. But that was a little bit close in the end. But hey, at the end of the day, it's a 3-star. That's everything what counts. And Dizzy has gotten their second 3-star on the board. And they have done everything they had to. But still, it was an interesting finish.
Yeah, just a tiny bit close. I mean, I was just so scared when the Town Hall was just left standing with 1 HP, but I think the reason was that the freeze ran out, and the bears from the druids that were dealing damage on the Town Hall just died. And then Zhao Tian had to wait for her Queen to come back and take out the Town Hall, but with her ability intact, she was able to get the job done. And that's just the most important thing, as you said, 3-starring, so the pressure is now a little bit on HDM Brazil. They have to 3-star themselves, but if they do, they are able to secure the victory. And I think HDM Brazil, they have been in the cup 2 weeks ago as well, but I think that they lost in the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly. But I'm going to check it in just a second.
Well, then we know how many points they already have, because as we have mentioned earlier, every single round you're going to make it is going to give you more points, which is then important for qualifying to the later stages of this entire competition. And on top of that, obviously, within this specific cup, every single win is going to give you another higher placement, higher seeding, which means you're going to get more prize money, which is quite important as well, I want to say.
Oh yeah, absolutely is. And I have to correct myself. It wasn't HTM Brazil. It was actually Dizzy that were in the last Open Cup and collected 10 points for themselves. But if they lose here today in this match, they will collect more points, but again, only 10. So that means they have 20, while a team like Next Gen Esports have collected 50 by getting to the final already. So it's actually huge to get a little bit farther into the semis or into the final in one of the Open Cups if you're looking at the points. But of course, I mean, the easier way is to just win the Open Cup. But in order to do that, you have to win your quarterfinal as well. So that's what both of these teams are aiming for, of course.
Yeah, I feel like that's easier said than done, to be honest. But hey, anything is possible. We have the next attack in, and that's going to be another Warden charge. It seems like no break protection for the Town Hall, and I mean, come on, what? It really shows that those teams are coming from a completely different meta. What is that what is that flame flinger value around the Town Hall? There is not even builder huts covering the Town Hall. This flinger should be like god tier when it comes down to the value which it can provide.
Yeah, that is just incredible. The ground bows are so far away, they don't even care what the flinger is doing up there at the 12 o'clock position. And I think Selenio has checked enough for traps as well. He might even send one more rocket loon into the Town Hall, but first of all, he's concentrating on the Warden Fireball. I wasn't sure if that's what he was aiming for, if it was the single target Inferno in the core of the base, but anyway, he got the Town Hall down and a decent value with some defenses there, and now the Warden is just making his way over to the right. I think that he can work with that as well.
Yeah, I feel like that flinger already gets so much value that it doesn't even matter what the rest of the army is doing. I mean, that is just insane. There was even a Tesla next to the Wizard Tower, which was on the outside, which went down just by the splash of the flame flinger. I mean, this is just crazy. You cannot ask for any more value for a siege machine like this. The queen pushing around. He has a wall break to get her inside so she can reach that expo using her ability, but the air defense is close by, which means the healers are going to be taken care of in just a second. The Royal Champion pushing into the core, but he has still a lot of rocket loons for the back end, raging up the queens so the top left defense are going down. And I mean, this looks just really, really crushed, and I think those back-end defenses have no chance as the loons are just swarming the last couple of defenses. This base is crushed.
It's a rocket loon parade, something we don't see very often, but yeah, that was just the perfect plan for this base. Great base identification from Selenio, and not a chance for this layout to hold against this strike there. Great job from Selenio, and yeah, they don't leave the door open. They do not show any weakness now after this initial 2-star from Bernal, and now with 11-9 after 4 attacks, it gets clearer and clearer that the chances for Dizzy are really, really slim now to get to the semi-final.
Yeah, it's getting quite challenging, and I feel like at this point it's nearly out of their hands. The only thing which they can now do is to 3-star, and then just have to hope for a miracle. I mean, it already happened within this match that a team got a 1-star. Unfortunately, it was them, but hey, maybe the other side is going to still get one as well. That will be their only comeback chance if they're getting 3-star on their own, which is not going to be that easy because they have only gotten 2 3-stars so far, which means they have to get that first. And so far they were heavily committing towards those ground attacks, which were working with ups and downs. I think that's the fairest way of putting it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wonder what their last attack is going to look like. But for HTM Brazil, they should now look at the final base from Dizzy that they have to face and figure out a way to get a safe 2-star. That's what I would do, because at this point it does not matter if you get a 3-star or a 2-star. It's going to be the same exact outcome. Your team will win. So you should just aim as high as necessary and don't take an additional risk, because we have seen situations like that, and then nobody was expecting it, but the 1-star still happened. And at this point, you should make everything to make sure that it doesn't. But yeah, enough about that. The next attack is going to be Dizzy, and they need to 3-star. And I would just like to see something else than Root Riders.
Well, they're listening to you because we are getting Super Witches, and take a look at that. This was apparently baited because we have already had 2 Black Mines getting triggered. And seeing this bowler really reminds me of the old days where you were planning out those bowler bounce funneling stuff and everything. That was kind of crazy back then.
Yeah, that's right. Nice job from Ryuda, and we know that he is such a skilled attacker, having been at the World Championship last year as well. And yeah, doing a nice short and clean Warden Walk, which is something I always like. It's something that I've seen from Exorcist, from Tribe Gaming as well, for example. Don't go, for too much. Don't aim for the stars. You just have to get a little bit of a funnel set. And the Super Witches with the healers, they are just so strong. They will be able to take out the core of the base. So to me, this setup so far from Ryuda looks really nice. The wall breaks have worked as well. He now just has to make his way through this heavily stacked core of this base.
Yeah, and something that's well interesting is that he has delayed the King. The reason is, depending on how and which equipments you're running with the Barbarian King, you have to really protect him. The Archer Queen is going inside, which was not planned, but I think it's not the end of the world, because that King is going to open up the entire core. But you see how many hit points that King is losing really quickly. And that's why he had to delay it, because I would assume Spiky Ball with the Earthquake Boots, which is just so popular. But on the other side, you can go with the Gauntlet as well and the Earthquake Boots, which then means you can play way more aggressive with the Barbarian King, because he's going to be just so much more tanky. And that's always like the different use cases then of different equipments, which I think is really, really nice. But the Town Hall is dealing a lot of nice damage as well, and that Warden is going into melee mode.
Yeah, nothing is looking good about this attack. The Queen going back, then the Valkyries just being shot by the Ricochet Cannon. I think he should have brought probably some super minions instead of that. But he still has a chance. I think he needs to use this Skelly spell now and hope that it can distract the Monolith for long enough. That's exactly what's happening now. 2 Headhunters that he should probably use as well. But I think that the real Queen just died, and he only has the mirrored Queen left there. The 1 Super Witch is probably not going to be enough to finish this base in just 30 seconds now.
Yeah, I feel like that's really kind of the thing where droids are still shining, even though they're nerfed, because the healers were following the Super Witch, which is always like the thing in Smash attacks, right? Like you want to have them on your Queen, they're going to switch to the Warden or Super Witches. You want to have them on the Super Witch, they're going to go for sure for something different. While with the droids, as long as something is even a little bit close to each other, they're going to heal everything. It's all about the spacing, and I'm pretty sure the droids could have gotten the 3-star here, especially with this quick fireball. I feel like the only reason why you're using those healers is really why you're doing this quick, where you're using the healers is going to be where you're doing the Warden charge in the beginning a little bit longer. But since this was such a quick fireball, as you have mentioned, I feel like droids would have been an amazing choice for this one, because you would not need any droids for the opening, and you would have kept your Queen most likely longer alive. But this one, not going to be a 3-star, and this is really struggling. And at this point, HCM should have this match somewhat safe. But first they have get their last attack in. But I think they're looking pretty good for the victory for this one.
Yeah, I think as soon as they're able to put some troops on the board, they should be golden. But yeah, the start of Ryuda's attack looked really strong to me, so I was a little bit confused there first, but he just wasn't able to get any value with the Queen and with the Siege Barrack on the outside. I think that made a huge difference. But enough about that. This attack is in the past, and in the present we have Pato coming in with the nemesis of Dizzy, with the Root Rider. So he's about to, at least he's aiming to show them how it's done. But he's brought the Overgrowth spell as well. It's a slight risk, but he could take it, because even a 1-star will be enough to secure the victory.
And that's always the nice thing, right? Like if you have already such a big lead that you can do kind of like whatever, as long as you don't disconnect. But well, I want to really see if that's going to be a 3-star, because I would like to know how strong those Root Riders are in this hard mode. But with the tunnel getting now skipped, everything is bypassing it. The tunnel is waking up again. Are those troops going to turn around? The Valkyries are. The tunnel is going to drop with those troops. And this time around, the backend is just getting completely obliterated by those Root Riders and the remaining Valkyries, the Royal Champion in the mix as well. And I don't think that there is enough damage to take down the remaining troops. Or can the Multi-Arch Tower with the Multi-Inferno Tower do some more and somehow defend this?
There were some nice traps as well, and it's looking really, really close. But it might just be enough. A couple of shots on the multi-inferno. The Warden is helping as well. Yes, there it goes. Okay, it was quite close, I gotta admit. But Pato getting the job done and securing the victory for HTM Brazil. And they will be in the semi-final now, where they will meet their sister clan from HTM Esports, because they were able to defeat MMG with a perfect war.
That is going to be a really intense matchup between those two teams then, knowing each other, maybe having tested bases with each other, who knows, but for sure that's going to be an intense match, because the winner of that one is then going to be in the finals of this competition. This means more prize pool and more points moving forward in the competition.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what you want. So we are now done with the quarterfinals, and the semifinals are just around the corner. I'm sure that in a second we'll take a look at the updated bracket. Okay, there we go, great timing. And these are the two semifinals that we're going to be streaming for you guys next. The first, Tribe Gaming versus HST Gaming, which is interesting because HST is actually a Germany-based clan. And then we have the HTM clash, HTM Esports versus HTM Brazil. But all of this is going to happen with a fresh drink in your hand after a very short break, and we'll see you in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series after a very short break because we have the action right around the corner. And that's exactly where Clash Bashing has been waiting to come back, and he will cast with us again. Hey man, how did you enjoy that past war?
Oh, that was an intense one. A little bit of up and down, but ultimately HTM, I like what they were doing with the fireballs, but they do get the victory. But we are moving forward, and we got HST Gaming, Head Start Gaming going up against Tribe, who have remained perfect throughout Cup number 2.
Yeah, great job from them. But HST, they have also gotten 14 stars in their match. Here's their lineup. We've got Crusader, John X, Ollie, Gigi, Nico, Mavadoni, and HST Toby. And guys, we are so close to the action. I think we're already starting. John JX from HST Gaming is coming in already with a very interesting looking army composition, Bash.
Yeah, we got Root Rider, or not Root, we got Rocket Loons, that's the R I was looking for. Healers, we got Valkyrie in there, we got a Baby Dragon, and a little bit of regular balloons, 4 Wall Breakers, like, we got a little bit of everything. We do have Angry Jelly as well on the Grand Warden, doing a little bit of a Warden Walk to maybe set up the Fireball, but perhaps we have a double hero walk as we have 5 healers still remaining yet to be deployed.
Oh yes, and there are the red mines. Oh, they were set up against a Warden Walk like this, but luckily John was able to lure them with a loon already. Oh, so much going on at the same time. He wanted to take out this Clancaster, but he was a little bit too late, so the Ice Golems came out, but they run through the poison, so hopefully they get taken out on the way, while the Flame Flinger is doing a great job on the right side. So even though things were a little bit shaky, I think that John is still good to go.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, Maxi. But bringing it right back, that Flame Flinger's doing a really great job up top. Now the Royal Champion's going to be deployed in there to the bomb tower, and this Warden is still walking along. This is really all about the heroes here. Now we have Queen deployed here from the right side to accompany that Flame Flinger, and there goes those other 5 healers to set up the next hero walk. It looks like the Warden's actually in charge of taking down the Town Hall. The Royal Champion's going to go ahead and take down the Eagle. Flame Flinger is still trudging along there, and here comes the King to join the party, and everything's just kind of going to collapse in here together and try to take down the rest of the base.
Yeah, and just like Bernal's Warden, John's Warden is taking a little bit of a detour here to get to this Town Hall. He finally does, raging him up, so the Town Hall kill should be secured. Nice Invis spell on the Royal Champion, but it was just a little bit off, so she's not able to take out the enemy Queen. However, I think that John X has so much juice still left in this with these hero ability, the King also being used there, Spiky Ball being shot, that he should be able to take it out, but there's still a Monolith in the core of the base, Bash.
Remember that Monolith deals extra damage based on hit points, so those high hit point troops like the heroes do take more damage, but 3 queens in there are going to make short work of the Monolith. That's the beauty of that magic mirror. 30 seconds remaining. That Warden is still walking along here. Warden MVP for this attack, as this is looking like it's going to be a 3-star with just 3 more buildings remaining. The Expo goes down, and the final Dark Elixir drill will go down for a 3-star for HST Gaming. That one was really interesting, Maxi. A little bit of everything, more of like a almost like a quad hero approach. Each hero was in charge of different areas of the base, and they handled it really well.
Yeah, absolutely, especially given that this was the first attack of the war, so he didn't really have that much preparation time. So I think that he had a plan, but you know, in these types of attacks, not everything goes according to plan, so you kind of have to adapt on the fly, and John did that perfectly, being able to 3-star this base, even though he ran into some complications on the way. But that is absolutely the way you want to start against Tribe Gaming, because we've seen their strength. We've seen how they've been putting up 3-stars on the scoreboard left and right, and it almost seems like you need a perfect war in order to get past them.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to start with a miss, that's for sure. It's a beautiful attack, and that's kind of what I was talking about previously in the show, where now we can just focus on being patient and letting attacks develop, and that's what we really like seeing. Those epic hero charges like that, like a double hero charge, we would never have seen that months ago. Now we're seeing stuff like that. We're seeing a lot of creative attacks, and I think it's just a really good place for the game to be in, where we're kind of returning to that. But Exorcist is going to come in, and we have Super Witches, Spiky Ball there on the King with the Earthquake Boots. Love that combination. A giant arrow here with the Queen, kind of an interesting combination there, but he's going to pair that with the Fireball of the Warding to maybe take down this Town Hall. We saw them try that in the last war and they missed, so let's see if Exorcist can get the Town Hall down with the Warden and giant arrow combo.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's aiming for. There goes the giant arrow, and this time okay, but the warden died on the way. I don't really know why. Probably was the ground exposed, and now all of these healers are wasted because they went to the top side to, I don't know, heal the flame flinger. But at least they basically just suicided themselves as they flew past the royal champion and an air defense, and they could not survive that. So there was a lot of troop space that does not have any value anymore for Exorcist. So we have to wait and see if that was enough, and he can come back from that.
Not only that, but you lose the warden, which deals out a little bit more damage, and then you lose the equipment from the warden. So you lose a lot of extra damage output when your warden goes down. But sometimes that just happens on these kinds of approaches. Does have the witches working through here, but they're under some heavy fire. The rage is going to go ahead and get the healers raging up and getting those witches healed back up to full. Ooh, man, those headhunters get taken out. I was a little bit worried right there, but the witches get back up to full health. Now the Royal Champion's got to kind of deal with some of these defenses. I think he's still fine for the 3-star though.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, depends on this back end there. He's still, I mean, yeah, there can't be so many traps, I think. The Queen should be able to take out the scatter shot in a second. We still have the troops from the Flame Flinger yet to be revealed. So yeah, I think you're right. This is going to be the 3-star. Same as in the first attack, a little bit shaky on the way, you know. Not all according to plan, but getting the job done in the end. And time-wise, they should be not too far apart. The first attack, you can see it on the right side of your screen, 2 minutes and 42, and this one is at 2 minutes and 10. So should be a little bit quicker, but just a couple seconds. Nothing that can decide that war already.
Yeah, still a lot of war to be played, so we're not going to overly bear on time, but just a reminder, it does come down to stars and then percentage, and then if there is a star and percentage tie, it will come down to time, which we've seen a lot in the past. We don't see it as much these days in these hard mode tournaments, but that is something to keep in the back of your head as we do progress through this attack. Exorcist going just a little bit faster than HST and does get the 3-star. And that's what I'm really liking about this Tribe Gaming team right now, is even when things go sideways like a couple of their attacks have today, they're able to persist and get through and still 3-star the base pretty convincingly.
Oh yeah, they are definitely very consistent. And for you guys at home, just in case you're wondering, we don't have any more batches going on in the background. From now on, every single match will be broadcasted here on stream, live for your eyes to witness. We've got this one going on at the moment, and after that we've got the 2 HTM teams facing off against each other. And after that, the grand final, and then we will know the second team already approaching to the season finals. But yeah, to get there, you have to win every single match, as this is single elimination. And yeah, Tribe Gaming have put up a great start now after HST have shown that they are capable of 3-starring Tribe spaces as well. But now they have to continue that journey with their next attack that's going to begin shortly.
Ultimately, it is a long war with 10 attacks. I know it's only over the period of 45 minutes, but it feels a little bit longer than that when you have 10 attacks, 5 different players for each team, and all it takes is really one mistake can cost you the whole matchup. It is a team game here, 5v5 in Clash of Clans Esports, as we have our next attacker coming in. It's going to be HST Ali with a super witch attack of their own. Spiky ball there on the king. Warden going to set up here. Ooh, Warden does get picked off right there with a Seeking Airmine, and there we go with the fireball, and then Hog Puppet there on the Royal Champion. So maybe going to try to take this Town Hall down with the Warden again. Might have to work a little bit harder at it. Did you see if the Queen had Giant Arrow? I don't think I saw that.
She didn't. She had the Magic Mirror, okay, and the Healer Puppet. Gotcha. So I think he's just going to walk the Town Hall, which is going to cost a little bit of time, and we can see that the Town Hall is being healed up by two builders there in the center of the base, and yeah, we could see some Black Mines early on here. He needs to use a spell. Okay, yeah, he lost one healer before he was able to pull a couple of Black Mines with the baby dragons and the balloons, but it seems like this exact approach was expected from Yo-Yo's base builder.
Yeah, a lot of seeking air mines in there to take out the healers. Queen's now up top. He needs the king to duck back in and help out these super witches. And it looks like the king will be drawn in there by the royal champion who was in that compartment. Now the witches need to duck back in. Maybe the king with earthquake boots can open up a path because those witches are walking outside now. And that could be devastating along with the single locking onto the king. This one's going a little bit sideways here for Ollie.
Yeah, and Ollie's just spamming these wall breakers in, hoping that they will go for a good wall, and they actually go for a perfect wall. That opens everything up, and the witches actually joined back in the core of the base. He unfortunately lost one witch early on to the monolith, but now with the healers still being alive, I think that all of those witches are basically being healed up to full, and he should still have a chance to restart this base, even though it was set up against this exact approach.
Did actually bring in a couple of druids, so even though the druids did get nerfed, they do still provide that nice healing ability. We see them kind of stuck on the big boys, so you want the druids following those witches if at all possible. The healers are also stuck on the big boys. Royal Champion and Queen still have the ability. There's not a ton of base remaining, about 30% of it, but with that super witch going down and the other one taking significant amount of damage, he's got to get some healing. Queen's stuck on the wall. Maxi, this one's fading a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see if he can get across this finish line.
I think it's actually the biggest problem was that the queen did have zero value. She was always stuck on the outside there with her ability intact, but he couldn't really make use of it. And now the royal champion is dying in her ability as she has to face the giant cannon. And I think this is actually going to be a time fill because the queen should actually stay alive, the big boys should stay alive, and the warden as well. I mean, I don't know if he still has a chance, but it seems to me 15 seconds are not enough for these 6 buildings.
Yeah, it's gonna be that wizard.
Warden!
Wait, the warden! Warden's gonna clutch!
Go back!
Oh, no!
Warden!
No, Warden! Go back!
Yo!
He got it. Oh my goodness. Ollie's heart had to skip a beat there as the warden was locked onto the wizard tower, turned away, and then comes back to finish off that wizard tower. Wow, that one was close, but it is a 3-star for HST, and they remain perfect.
Wow, quit playing games with my heart, I should say to this warden. Jeez, that was close, and he didn't really know what to do and who to support, but in the end the warden did everything perfectly there for HST, and they stay in this race with the second 3-star in a row. That was really intense there, but of course that's the result that us as viewers would or love to see as well, because it just makes it so close between these teams, and yeah, makes it so much more important now for Tribe, puts the pressure on them back to get the next 3-star for themselves.
Queen actually staying on the outside actually clutched that up because she's able to pick off that last couple buildings and allow that warden to go over there and take out the wizard tower. That was close. It was just a few seconds on the clock, and I was worried about the time fail as well, like you pointed out. Nebrax is coming in next, and we have another dragon charge here. Spiky Ball with the king does have the recall, magic mirror with the healer puppet on the queen, and then the recall should pull this queen back, set her up on the opposite side of his entry. Healing tome, eternal tome on the warden, and then the haste vial with the hog puppet onto the royal champion. So Queen's just doing her job, setting up this little path over there on the left side, and is going to put her down at the bottom, and he'll run the dragons right through the middle of the little bit of a funnel he created.
Yeah, interesting stuff there. I mean, we saw the Queen Walk Dragons from Nebrax before, and it seems to be one of his attacks of choice there. He started the Dragons a little bit early, in my opinion. Queen was not able to secure the whole funnel yet, and this one air defense on the right has not been taken out by her yet, but he delays the warden ability just as much as possible, which is perfect, because it just makes sure that no traps or that it's less likely for traps to defend the Town Hall takedown. But as I say this, the tornado trap goes off. But with the 2 free spells, yeah, he should still be able to take it out, as he has Yetis and Yeti Mites coming out of it. Come on, Yeti Mites. Can you take it out? Yes or no? Close call. But they get the job done. But these dragons are fiddling out a little bit, Bash.
But this is what we kind of saw in Nebrax's last attack. The dragons were just in charge of kind of gutting out the core, and then the queen with the charge, and then the king were able to kind of work in and take out the exterior of the base. So I think he's actually fine here. I think he's kind of on pace with what he's trying to accomplish here. King's going to go ahead and open up the base with the earthquake boots and the spiky ball. Queen will get through there eventually with her once she beats through that wall, and then the royal champion yet to be deployed. Remember, she's got that hog puppet, so she'll be able to surge through there and get a lot of these defenses out as well. well, and he can use those super barbarians to provide just a little bit of extra support.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I'm just trying to analyze what is going on here. The backend is still pretty heavy. We've got the 2 Teslas, we've got the King in the north, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to find a couple of Skelly traps there as well. Now he sends the Royal Champion right into the King. So what he's going to do is try to freeze the King and the multi, and then use the Headhunter with the Royal Champion. Okay, that freeze, he wasn't able to catch the King with the freeze. Another one on the multi, but now the Royal Champion has to get through the back end with the multi-archer tower and the 2 of the Teslas. It could be tough, especially with the time ticking as well, Vash.
30 seconds remaining though, 2 heroes up. I think he's gonna be fine here. I think that was pretty well calculated. He used those super barbarians in there just to provide a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra support. Royal Champion's gonna get through the multi-archer tower. He's got a few buildings here though. Skeletons are popping. Wait, 14 seconds. Uh-oh, this could be a fail. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Nebrex has got to move faster. The Royal Champion's going to get the Tesla. Queen's going to come over, and it's going to be a 3-star down to the wire for Tribe Gaming. These 2 attacks were so close for both of these squads.
Wow, 3 seconds to spare. That was almost as close as Ollie's hit. He had 4 seconds to spare. Yeah, so both of these hits could actually have been, resulted in a 2-star, but both of them are able to keep the 3-star streak alive. But it just shows at how much we are on edge in this war. It can shift to any direction at any given point. And these are the kinds of matches we want to see, where it's eye for an eye and really close between both of the teams. And we're already live with the next attack. HST Toby bringing 10 healers, Bash.
The HST loves these double hero charges. It's going to be a Warden walk with the fireball. Does have the jelly onto the Warden again, so the Warden's going to look to set up an epic fireball. He's got the flame flinger up top. Keep an eye on this Warden. This Warden's under a little bit of pressure, but he's going to be fine ultimately here.
He misplaced the rage, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that a grass rage? It still does get the healer, so it kind of serves some purpose there.
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, these things are just like I just scream whenever I see something like this happening. But yeah, the Warden with the 1 Invis, Toby is actually able to come back from that. Unfortunately, now the Angry Jelly has run out, or like her effect has run out, and the Warden's now targeting every single building. I think he's going to take out this ground expo and then probably start the next phase of the attack.
Yeah, I think the patience here, this is what I was talking about earlier, the patience on this type of attack is crucial. You have to just not rush everything. Even though he misplaced that rage, he was still able to get a little bit of extra healing because it did clip the healers just a little bit. Now he's going to go ahead and bring in the King, bring in the Queen from the bottom side. And remember that King, the Warden, excuse me, is going to be in charge of going all the way to the Town Hall. So he's going to use that Queen and King from the bottom to push that Warden up, but he's got to be careful that this Warden doesn't get too close to the Queen. I think the Warden's going to latch on to the Queen right here, and he might miss the Town Hall. This might be tough.
Yeah, but he's got the Flame Flinger, even though I think it's already in the red, so it probably won't have enough juice to take out the Town Hall, and the Warden unfortunately goes down to the raged up scatter shot. And yeah, now things start to be a little bit shaky, on edge for him. The wall break there is great. Oh no. Oh no.
It got blown up.
Oh yeah. You're right.
The wall breaker was in, and it looked like it was going to land, but I think that scatter shot hit it when it hit the Queen. See what he's got in the clan castle as this flame flinger is getting ready to pop. It's going to be super. Oh, it's going to be blown up, super minions, as they're seeking air mines in there. I think 2 or 3 of them do survive. He's got 3 super minions, but only 1 is going to the Town Hall. Queen's under fire from the monolith. She's taking a lot of damage. This Town Hall is going to be tough to get down as it's surrounded by single skeletons. Oh my goodness, Maxi, there's so many traps here.
Yeah, and time as well. He has to bring the cleanup on the right side, on the bottom of on the left side. I mean, he should definitely put down the magicians. I was gonna say the wizards. 1 more freeze. Are there skellies? So far, no. One more freeze,
Oh,
10
oh, the
seconds.
tornado.
They are making it so close. He's even sending in the rocket balloons. And once more, with just 5 seconds on the clock, he gets it done. What is happening here?
What are these teams doing to us, Maxi? That attack was all over the place. Well, this is kind of the risk you run when you do that double hero walk and you run your queen so close to the warden. All it takes is for the warden to wander just a little bit and she'll latch onto the queen. He did a great job of saving this one, though. Although it came down to 4 or 5 seconds remaining there, it is ultimately a 3-star. HST remained perfect. This war is crazy so far.
Oh yeah, it's costing me nerves. It's costing me hair, you know. It's a crazy war there, but GG's all along. They are all able to secure the 3-star with the perfect calls. As I said in between, this wall break, for example, was just placed perfectly. Got a little bit unfortunate there with the scatter shot taking it out, but then he reacted perfectly with raging up the healers of the queen so she could make her way through that wall that he wasn't able to open before, and he was able to just negate that incoming monolith damage. And yeah, just great execution and just shows the caliber of HST as well. But ooh, a little bit more classic now, Bash. We got the hero dive Lalo. Oh, maybe even the Skelly Donut Lalo from Rikiris.
Yeah, more traditional approach here, getting massive value, getting the monolith and the clan castle out here, and Rikiris is so good at identifying that value and taking advantage of it. A couple balloons in there to take out the battle builder. Now the king and queen are going to start working their way in, take out that enemy queen, and then I didn't see if he has earthquake boots, but if he has earthquake boots, he can open this up. Yep, there they are. There's the earthquake boots to open this up so his queen can get in there and take the town hall down. I love this open from Rikiris.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good. I think I've seen this base. I know how to 3-star it with Lavaloon troops, but but yeah, this way it's definitely a lot harder, especially in hard mode. But yeah, Rikiris' opener, as you said, looks really strong. He used the Flame Flinger early, so while all of this was going on, the Skelly Donut and the heroes, the Flame Flinger could already deal damage. And we can see that we're more than 1 minute in to the attack, so that shows that the Flame Flinger is just a little bit on the slower side of things. So good play from Rikiris. However, now it's all about the Lalo that has already started at the top side, and he's about to use the Warden ability, and just let's hope that he can get through the remainder of the space.
Very good warden ability there to protect the Lalos. They're working through. World Champion goes in with their Seeking Shield and the Rocket Spear. That Flame Flinger still working at the bottom side, and everything is collapsing in here really beautifully. He does have to keep an eye on this scatter shot, as it is going to take some pot shots here at his balloons and that Lava Hound. But look at all the balloons closing in from every corner of this base. This is going to be a commanding triple from Rikiris, and Tribe Gaming will push their time advantage with this 2-minute 3-star from Rikiris. That was just a perfectly executed Skelly Donut Lalo.
Wow, yeah, it was an overkill. It was fast, it was clean, and it was entertaining. Like, these are the exactly the types of attacks that you want to see at this level. So convincing there. Look at this huge balloon army that is still alive towards the end of this attack. And that's why Rikiris is one of the best players in the world. I forgot who it was, but a contestant of Tribe Gaming for the World Finals, they were asked in an interview, what's the player you think, who do you think is the best player competing in the World Championship Finals? And they said Rikiris. I think it was even someone from Na'Vi. So that just goes to show how, you know, popular he is for his consistency and yeah, for the quality of his attacks, and that's been going on for years. I remember that we saw some stats from all the competitive matches in the year 2023, I think, and he was the player with the highest hit rate, and he just shows this time and time again for his team. Especially in a situation like that where it's so close between both of the teams. But still, HST is in this match. They just have to continue 3-starring, and Tribe has 2 more attacks left, that and any one of those could be a 2-star.
Yeah, there's still a lot of war remaining. I think Tribe is up a little bit here on time. If we do somehow, we haven't had a double perfect yet on broadcast, I think at all throughout the tournament and the first 2 cups here since we switched to the hard mode format. So could be a first. I mean, I probably just jinxed it there, but that's okay. I'm not playing. They got to deal with the jinx, not me, right? But HST will look to respond, and they've been close on a lot of their attacks, but I've really liked what they've done with these like dual hero walk approaches into just like rocket balloon support. I really like this attack quite a bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see. I've just thought for a second that we'd see it once more. Oh, a very quick and early Warden Fireball there with some good value there. Very straightforward from GG. And he's brought the Super Witches. We've seen them triple a lot already. It seems to be very risky. Look at this army comp. He didn't bring a single balloon, while Tribe Gaming have been so good at baiting those entries and using the Seeking Air Mines. However, if we take a closer look, he's also brought 6 druids. So he's just going to sprinkle them in one by one to make sure that the healing doesn't stop, even if those healers die to Seeking Air Mines.
Yeah, so if he does have the healers go down, the druids will come in and they'll provide that support, bouncing their heals off of each and every different troop in there. Remember, the druid did get a little bit of a nerf as far as their healing time, but they still heal pretty significantly. So I think it's a pretty nice move here, even if he does lose those healers. But let's see what happens in the core of this base, because it's kind of got to go do a ring around the rosy of the town hall here. Meanwhile, managing everything on the exterior with the queen as she walks around as well, which is need to get the town hall down. It's dealing tons and tons of damage. There it goes. It's finally down. There's still a lot of base remaining as we cross 50%.
Yeah, and we've seen this base before. Supersonic had to attack it when they were playing against Tribe Gaming, and they used the dragons there, and the blimp was baited, so the Yetis didn't make it into the core. So now a totally different approach on this base. It's looking pretty good, but GG is going to have to deal with this back-end monolith, which I think looks a little bit scary, but he's holding on to 2 spells. Especially the freeze spell is very good to have in hand when you try to send a Royal Champion in to take care of the remainder of the base. So I think he should probably just let the Royal Champion target the monolith directly if he sends her in from the right side.
Not only that, rage spell freeze, but the Royal Champion herself, she can deal out massive amounts of damage. And with the Queen being healed up here, Super Witch being healed up, this should be a 3-star for HST, and the time should not be as crazy as we've seen in the past. There goes the rage spell to rage up the Royal Champion to get the monolith down. Beautiful play there. Now he's got Royal Champion's ability, can surge right on through the back end of this base, and this is going to be another 3-star. We remain perfect throughout this war. Both squads have yet to miss, and HST Gaming is hanging in there with Tribe Gaming, one of our favorites throughout our whole competition, but also a world's qualified team.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from HST. You gotta give it to them. They show up here and they show what they've got. That was perfect, and such a clean, small Warden ability there, getting so much value. Nice setup for this attack. Tribe Gaming spaces do not seem to be an obstacle for HST. However, if we took a look at the stats on the right side there during this last attack, Tribe Gaming is ahead a lot when we look at the time. They are 26 seconds faster on average, which of course only comes into play when both of these teams have the same average percent and the same stars, which could be the case in a double perfect war. But it looks more and more like it. We've had 7 attacks so far, and all of them were 3-stars. So I think at this point, the players have to take that into account as well. And if Tribe Gaming 3-stars once more, if I were HST, I would think about going for a little bit of more risk in my last attack to make sure you can lower this average time a little bit.
Yeah, and I haven't been writing down the times because we haven't really had to really worry about that. But I do know that there is a pretty significant, I mean, we saw like 3 of the HST attacks go right down to the wire there, whereas we saw Rakira's with like a 2-minute attack. So Tribe definitely has the advantage, but Also, it's saying that Tribe also has 2 attacks remaining where HST only has 1. So Tribe still have to take care of their own business as well, and any attack could miss. Kronos is in with the Super Witches. We have a pretty traditional setup. It looks like Spiky Ball with the King, Magic Mirror with the Queen, Fireball with the Warden, and then Rocket Spear with the Royal Champion. So pretty traditional setup here. He'll use that Fireball to set up the pathing and then run the Super Witches through. It'll be interesting to see if we go through the Town Hall or finish at the Town Hall. That's always kind of the thing with these good Warden Fireballs.
Oh yeah, and oh, this looks like he's going for it all. Yeah, very deep fireball. Oh, but nicely spotted there. The Warden went, due to the retargeting and following the invisibility spell, the Warden went a little bit inside of the base and was targeted by the Royal Champion. So quick reaction there by Kronos. Now let's hope everything passes the right way. Yes, early setup there with the Witches to lure the Warden, to funnel them. He's also already sending in troops on the right side to create a little bit of a funnel. He did not bring a single jump spell, so he's most likely going to use the King ability early on. There it goes, and beautifully also taking out the Monolith as well. But at the moment the Witches are all pathing to the outside.
Yeah, they should eventually work their way back in. Might actually even need to bring the Royal Champion in a little bit early to get them back on track. But the King's Earthquake Boots opening up that whole compartment, and the Queen now going to the outside, it should push these Super Witches right to the middle and to the Town Hall eventually, which is what Kronos is looking for here. We've seen a lot of dicey plays throughout this war, but everything always comes back. There goes Queen ability, so we'll have 3 Queens on the board right now. Royal Champion down from the bottom with her Rocket Spear, and all we gotta do is get the Town Hall down with these Super Witches, which looks like it's under control as they're going over now.
Yeah, I think so too. There's not huge damage. We don't have a Ricochet Cannon or a Monolith there, and especially with that Royal Champion being sent in from the left side, it looks like Kronos is going to be golden. You can even make that Queen invis once more. Yeah, perfect. And especially the timing, just as the Skellies were about to distract the Queen, he makes them invisible as well. And this is also on the faster side of things there with 2 minutes and 21. So more or less the average from Tribe. So I think, Bash, it's time that we need to start calculating.
Yeah, well, I think it might be one of those situations where it might be like unrecoverable as far as time goes for HST. I mean, going into this attack, we're at a 22-second attack second difference per attack, which that's pretty massive. I mean, that's like a minute and a half almost. So recovering this, it could be tough. I mean, we've talked about it, Maxi. You don't see very many perfect war ties. We still haven't technically seen a perfect war tie, but I see you crunching numbers over there. But my guess, this is going to be very hard, if not impossible, for HST to kind of come back from this deficit.
It is. So the difference I have is 92 seconds. So Tribe in total is 92 seconds faster. So that's what HST would have to make up now. Meaning, if they were able to hit an attack in the range of like what Dizzy were doing with the Root Rider attacks, like 1 minute and 20 something, then they would have a chance if Tribe had a very close attack that finishes around the 2 minute and 50, 2 minute and 55 mark. So something like that, which is not completely out of the ordinary, but still highly unlikely. So it's interesting for me to see what HST's game plan is going to be. I mean, what would you do in a situation like that, Bash? Go for the all-risky 1 minute 10, 1 minute 20 attack that is likely to fail in hard mode, or just play it safe and hope that Tribe will fail?
I think you have to go for a quick attack, but it looks like we're going with another double hero walk, which these have been relatively slow. So they might be looking to play it a little bit safer here and then hope that Tribe Gaming does miss on their last attack, which I believe Yo-Yo will be the last attacker for Tribe Gaming, which Yo-Yo doesn't miss often, but anything can happen here. It's hard mode. We've talked about it. We've seen it. All it takes is one little slip up and anything could happen here. So starting off with this Warden walk, Warden's going to run in here deep into the base and then maybe set up to take out that clan castle with the fireball, and then we'll have to see where he brings in that queen for the queen charge.
Yeah, I mean, the setup looks really nice. He should send a rocket balloon for the mortar, then it will go in and lure the poison tower as well. But other than that, it's looking really, really strong, really, really well controlled. And you know, if we weren't in the situation where the time is most likely going to matter, I would say that that this is looking like a very safe 3-star plan, and that is just perfect. But you know, I don't know. It's just usually you're just happy when someone 3-stars, but in this case, I'm just worried that even a 3-star might not be enough.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. This one has kind of got me a little bit sketched out because we've also just seen like each time they run this, it literally goes right down to the wire every single time. So it is tough. I mean, we're already at 90 seconds elapsed and only 38% of the base is down. There goes the Fireball Earthquake, but he had that same mistake where the Clan Castle still pulls out, gets the Warden just a little bit too close there. Now that Headhunter is actually going to deal some massive damage, has to make the Warden invisible, and that's going to save it. Warden picks off that Headhunter in the last second. That Warden almost went down. That could have been a devastating blow.
Yeah, the Queen also under heavy fire. Once again, he's doing all of these things simultaneously. It's even hard for us to keep up with our eyes, and he still has to do all of that stuff. He's probably going to need the Queen ability in just a second. Maybe not, but yeah, everything is still looking strong. The Warden is not facing too much damage, so he should be good to go. The Queen will now step into this compartment south of the Town Hall, so she'll be able to take that out. And Bash, what can I say?
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking really good. 30 seconds, should have plenty of time. Rocket Loons are going to come in support. Still has a freeze, still has an invis, so it's not a question of if they can get the 3-star. They got the 3-star on the board. We got a perfect ward for HST. Now they're going to have to defend. With this slow of an attack, it has to be a defense against Tribe Gaming. HST finished with the perfect 15 stars. GG's on that, but they can still lose this hard mode war. Yeah, it's gonna be a tall task, that's for sure. We'll have to see what happens though. Anything could happen. It would be, I mean, they're hanging right in there, and Tribe has not missed at all in our cup. So I keep harping on that. I just want to bring that to the attention, just because they've been so consistent throughout. You don't really expect them to miss here, and really they could go 259, 3 minutes, and still win this war right now. I think Maxi's having some technical issues there. We got this under control, Maxi. I got you, bud. Oh, maybe. Are you good? Oh, he's working on things. Okay, Maxi's working on things. I'll ramble on. I'm good at yapping, guys. I'm a pretty good yapper. As Maxi fixes his microphone, something cut out there for him. But we'll get ready for the final attack here for Tribe Gaming to decide this war. Oh boy, they're putting me on the big screen. They're really putting me forefront here. But Tribe Gaming can put this away with pretty much any 3-star. It is a 15-star war for HST, but Tribe is up massively as Yo-Yo's going to come in with the Super Witch attack. 4 earthquakes, so we might see I was gonna say maybe to the Town Hall, but the Queen does not have Giant Arrow. He's gonna go ahead and run in this Fireball and just quake and weaken up a lot of this base. So let's look at this setup as Yo-Yo gets ready to set up the Warden with the Fireball and get the Super Witches rolling through here. Keep an eye on this Warden though. He's taking a lot of damage. Misses the air defenses. Oh no! He missed the air defense down there with the invis, so he misses all of his targets with the Fireball. Oh no, Yo-Yo, this is what we were talking about. Yo-Yo with a small mistake, and this could cause the miss that HST is looking for. He's got to pull the Warden out of there, but the Warden is so deep inside this base. Oh, the Warden is stuck. The Witches aren't pulling the Warden. Oh no, this could be devastation for Tribe Gaming. The Warden is continuing to walk inside of this base. The Warden goes down, so now the healers will come over. The Queen did pop her ability to get some more healers. He does have 1 Druid, but he's going to go all the way through the middle of this base. King's there on the left side. He's got the siege barracks working. He's got everything to funnel everything in, but it's got a 3-star. Maxi, are you with me?
I am, yes. Technical issue resolved. I was still trying to keep an eye on this attack, and I heard that some things were not going according to plan, but now Yo-Yo is back on track for the Town Hall, but there's so much space left in the back end. So many heavy-hitting defenses now, even the Poison Tower launching onto those troops. He has to secure the Town Hall. Wow, that invis was just on time, and now he has to try to get this Royal Champion through the back end, but she is finding Skellies everywhere in this base. Looks really strong.
This is going to be a close finished. He has no more hero abilities. There's a defending king. There's a royal champion going towards the monolith. She's taken out. The queens are starting to fade. The witches are starting to fade. This could be the major upset for HST Gaming. Yo-Yo 23 missing with the invis could cost his squad and get them eliminated here. Still got 2 witches. It's not over till it's over, Maxi.
I think he was just a little bit too hectic there with the freeze spells. Probably should have waited for the queen to make it through the wall and now freeze.
Oh, the queen.
But
The queen's down. Oh, it's gonna be a
this is
fail.
apparently not going to be enough, and HST's game plan is actually going to work here with just going for the same 3-star.
I cannot believe it. HST needed a 3-star, or needed a defense after their 3-star, and Yo-Yo's mistake on the invis, he missed the air defense, and now it's a 2-star. Tribe Gaming are going to be eliminated from Cup 2 after a near perfect performance throughout. One mistake! That's all it takes, Maxi!
Yeah, that's
There
right.
it is, there it is. Oh.
And maybe it was you. I mean, I heard you talking about the double perfect war before. And I think you also said something like, well, if I jinx it, I don't have to work with that, the players do. Apparently the task was a little bit too hard for Tribe there.
Yeah, we can, I'll take the blame. That's fine. I got big shoulders. I can burden that load. But yeah, once he put that invis down, I saw that the air defense wasn't covered. I was like, oh no, he's gonna launch the fireball, and it misses. I think if he gets that area that he was targeting, it definitely helps out. It was still a very tough area for those witches to go through, but also not having that warden join the witches was so challenging. Tribe Gaming will be eliminated, and HST with what we could all probably call an upset victory, 15-14. They hold them off on the last attack. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, really good. It also means that HST have now secured themselves 50 points at least, which was enough in the last season for some teams to make it to the season finals. So that is already very nice to have. But of course, they don't want to stop. You know, they're in the final now. They want to win it all. But their opponent is going to be sought out in the next match that is just around the corner. We've got the battle of the HTMs, HTM Esport versus HTM Brazil. This is going to be our next semi-final. And do you have a favorite there, Besh? Do you think one of those teams has a higher chance of winning?
I think it's going to be a team in Cup 2 that's going to win. This starts with an H. That's going to be my guess. As we take a look at our updated bracket here, honestly, I like the way HST performed there against the Tribe team. Going in with the perfect war, you got to think they got all the momentum. Obviously, we got to see what the 2 HTM squads do against each other here in our next semifinal, so we'll wait on that. But HST definitely has a ton of momentum on their side, which I'm big into that momentum. So I think moving forward, I think they got to be the favorite right now.
Yeah. Okay. I see. I can see that. Absolutely. But we have to wait and see what the next match is going to be like. It's just funny that exactly such a fireball mistake decided this match. I mean, I've been talking with Itsu about this exact thing, that sometimes it's just so hard to drop the invises everywhere or not make the mistake of overseeing a building. But yeah, it can happen anytime. Guys, we're about to be seeing our second semi-final. So let's all of us get into a quick break and then come back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot sliding, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. So we better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. If you want beef, then I tom tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a healer. If you want beef, then I tom tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom tom.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Matchup we just had, Tribe Gaming getting knocked out by HST with the perfect war. Itsu, were you watching that? What a war, man.
That was just crazy, going for those non-stop 3 stars just to have in the final attack the fireball going the wrong direction. That was heartbreaking to watch, and in this tournament we have no second chances. Single elimination, which means Tribe is dropping out of this, and we have the next match on our hands. HTM versus HTM. So, who's going to make it to the finals to meet HST up there to claim the title in the end?
Itsu, I'm going to make a bold prediction here. You're never going to see this coming, but I think that HTM is going to win this matchup. These two squads, sister clans, obviously. HTM Brazil, mostly made up of the defending world champions, but we have HTM Esports, the first time we see them. Mohamed Morari, Paul Schneider, Imantronics, Zahid. These guys can come to play, and they can show up in a big way as well.
That's for sure. Both of those teams are incredibly talented, but I feel like the bigger name is on this side with HTM Brazil. Celinho, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Achilles are all in this lineup, and they are hungry to get that next, well, perfect match maybe. But we're starting with HTM Esports, and we're seeing another Warden charge. It seems like we have seen great success from the strategy, but I suppose some struggles sometimes from some teams. So let's see what is going to happen with this one.
I really like what HST was doing with the Warden charge into a Queen charge into the 5. I really liked what they were doing, but the Warden with the rocket loons, it can be such a nice combination. We do see that Angry Jelly, which you guys pointed out earlier, will allow the Warden to target defenses for the first 30 seconds, and that's pretty massive, to be honest. Using the Valkyrie to go ahead and take out some of the skeletons so the Warden can just focus going forward and get set up here for this fireball. If you can get the fireball into the middle of the base, can get out the clan castle, maybe even get some damage on the town hall, this could be a really nice fireball.
Could be for sure. Whenever there's a rage tower, the fireball is typically a great option. But getting the fireball where it's supposed to go, that's always the big challenge. And there it goes. The clan castle is going down, and only one archer is getting out of that one.
Yeah, that was very, very well timed. It's very, very risky when you run that Warden into the clan castle, because we saw it a couple times last war. If you get just too close, you can pull out those clan castle troops, but Snyder does a great job of getting that fireball right on time. Now the Queen's going to go ahead and work her way from the bottom, and that Warden is going to continue walking for the town hall, but he's under fire from the mono. Oh, actually gets attached to the royal champion there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he used that Royal Champion there. Yes, he tried to push the Warden into the Town Hall, but, like, Why would you do that with the Royal Champion? She is going to lure the Warden away from the town hall. This is now where he has to invest that blim. Finds even the tornado trap, so he has to make sure that he gets the town hall. But there is no rage spell left in his Auri composition, and he is really struggling. That Royal Champion might have cost him not only the second, but the third star as well.
Wow, you're right, Itsu. The town hall is going to remain standing. The queen is almost down now. Actually, that was a clone queen. That wasn't even the original queen. He does have a handful of rocket balloons, but that town hall, it deals out so much damage from that Giga Inferno, and there is going to be nothing to collapse. And there's the king goes to Phoenix, and we're going to start this war off with an unfortunate 1-star for HTM Esports.
Yeah, to me, like a really, really big planning error. Either way, maybe Schneider is not playing the strategy too often, but he should have just switched around the Royal Champion with the Rocket Loons. Maybe the Royal Champion from the top side and set the Rocket Loons from the far right side, because if you're sending in the Rocket Loons one by one or in small groups like 2 Rocket Loons on those defenses, the Warden won't be distracted. And the idea, the thinking behind why he deployed her right there was perfect, because he tried to force the Warden into the town hall. But with the Royal Champion, well, the Royal Champion is having enough importance for the Warden to follow her, and that has messed up the entire attack. And this is already, even at the current meta, a really big problem, having a 1-star in the first attack of your match.
Yeah, it's almost like having a 2-star in the old meta, or even like a 2-minute and 30-second attack in the old meta. A 1-star is so hard to come back from, especially against the squad HTM Brazil. The defending world champions, they don't often make mistakes, and when you leave the door wide open with a 1-star, they know how to finish this war off. They know how to close this one out and get the victory. Now, that's not to say that HTM Esports can't come back from this 1-star. We've seen some close matchups, but their backs are going to be up against the wall for the remainder of this matchup.
Yeah, that's for sure. At this point, they're not allowed any more mistakes. And depending on how the start is for HTM Brazil, it is going to be really rough to stay in this just mentally. But we have seen Bernal starting things off for HTM Brazil with a 2-star in their last attack. But it seems like this one is started by Achilles, and he is starting with this strategy as well. And let's hope that he's not having one of those other heroes close to that Warden, because this is really awkward always with the Warden just chasing the other hero and can cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, it's one of those really, like, it's the fine details. It's those little things that make the biggest differences. That Warden has to get a rage support here. That Ricochet Cannon, let's keep an eye on the Warden here momentarily. The Skeletons were distracting the Ricochet Cannon, just dealing out massive amounts of damage. But the Warden is back under control here. He's going to approach this enemy Queen, but he's just setting up the pathing here for the Fireball. But when you get the Warden in there and you're trying to do all this different stuff, oh wait, he started to set up for the Invis, but the Warden's Jelly wore off. So now he's going to try it again, wait for that Builder Hut to go down, and there we go. Fireball finally comes in and takes out the Clan Castle. Had to readjust. I kind of like that he took the time to readjust that, even though he loses the Warden there.
Yeah, losing the Warden in this strategy is always a big nightmare, and it seems like that maybe this 1-star is not getting punished as badly, because now he has to get that 2nd star in and somehow fight for this 3rd star. With the Warden going down, that is a big problem for him. He's trying to take down some outside buildings with those minions. Obviously, with the air defense close by, it's not going to work. The question now is, with this angle of that Royal Champion, is she going to go for the air defense or to the town hall? I think she might go for the air defense, and this means the town hall is going to be left standing. Ooh, and the Flame King will take that out. The Royal Champion trying to do some shots towards the town hall, and that should secure the 2nd star at least.
Yeah, she had enough rocket spears in there to take that air defense out from range, which pushed her back into the town hall. He does have 5 rocket loons here, and the Queen is up top. The Queen's working. He's got a minute 4, plus the Clan Castle troops. Achilles could actually bring this one back somehow. Let's see if the Queen can get through this defending Royal Champion. He does. Now he's going to get through the Ricochet Cannon. Here comes some rocket loons and super minions out of the Clan Castle. I think Achilles has got this for the 3-star into. This would be insane on the comeback.
What an incredible comeback. What an incredible save of this attack. Really nicely done. But the question now is, can he power through the last defense? The X-Bow taking down that Archer Queen. And there is no more reinforcements. The multi-inferno tower, the Builder Hut. And this might be a little bit too much, but
Oh, no.
still, considering that he has lost the warden early on, it was still a really impressive save. Getting a 97% on an attack like this is not easy whatsoever. So great job to the healers, making sure that he's turning this attack around and still claiming a really high percentage.
I feel like I just jinxed another attack. I think that's my second jinx of the day. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Achilles. I thought for sure that was going through, but the queen was able to, or not able, excuse me, to get through there and help out those last few defenses. That multi-target Inferno ended up being just too much. And the Bash Jinx is strong today. My bad. So HCM Esports, even though with the 1-star, they are not behind by an unmeasurable amount. They are only down 1 star. They are down a little bit of percentage, but they can still make the comeback here. If they can hold HCM Brazil to another defense and then triple out, they'll be right back in this war.
Yeah, I feel like the really important thing here was that that was not a 3-star, because now the difference is only this 1 star. So we could have had the opening of a 2-star and a 3-star as well. It would have been the same outcome right now. And that is the important thing. What right now HCM Esports should concentrate on, that they're really close with their attacks in general to the result of HCM Brazil right now. But they have to make sure that not another mistake like this is happening. I feel like that was really the planning, and maybe as well not playing the strategy as much. I feel like otherwise, to me, there was just too big of a question mark, and they're just switching things up and going in with those super bowlers. We have seen already earlier today that super bowlers were just wrecking some bases. So the question is, can he get this as well versus this base?
I like the Super Bowlers quite a bit here. We see a ton of Super Witches, but we're starting to see those Super Bowlers make a comeback. I'm sure you remember at the end of Town Hall 15 where Super Bowlers were everywhere, especially in Legends League. Like every player, every top player was using Super Bowlers. And if you can just get them set up right and get the pathing right, which now we have the Grand Warden's Fireball, which can just create such a beautiful funnel on the bases. These Super Bowlers can just absolutely deal out massive amounts of damage when they're under the Rage spell. This Flame Flinger is going to do a great job working and clearing out that right side, as he's going to go ahead and pull the Warden to the top of the base and start working through, right on through the middle, should have all the Super Bowlers working.
Yeah, and the great thing right now is that there is no real threat to his troops, to his healers in this second layer, because it's just the Eagle, which means those healers are staying safe for now. And well, we have that King leading the charge. He has to counter funnel though. He has to push those troops inside, because right now the King might go around the outside. There comes another wall break, but is it still going to walk as intended? The King walking in, but there's still an elixir collector on the outside, luring everything to the outside again.
It looks like he almost wants these Super Bowlers to follow the King's pathing here, and then maybe bring in the Royal Champion to finish up top. The Baby Dragon's actually going to go ahead and work on the Eagle, get that out. The Bowlers are continuing to follow the King, but keep an eye on these Bowlers. They're losing a little bit of health. There we go. The healers do finally swap over. King misses with the Earthquake Boots, does not open the Town Hall. I think that was the intention, was to open the Town Hall. It is weakened. There goes the Wall Breaker to open it up, and now he's got to get these troops in. Here comes that Royal Champion from the top side. All he's got to do is collapse on this last couple compartments, and he's got a 3-star.
Yep, the Queen going for the Town Hall, taking it out. The Babe Dragon with the Super Minion go for the multi-arch tower. The Queen staying alive, but the Titan on the outside being right now really supportive. But that King inside that Town Hall poison being quite a big bit of a problem, because there's not enough of his army left standing, and there's still two key defenses left alive.
King Howland reigns supreme in the poison. He's going to get a 2-star here, but it's going to be like 90-ish%. Remember, we saw Achilles miss at 97%. So HCM Esports are not able to live up here and take down HCM Brazil's bases so far. Celino is going to get the 3-star at 90% even, and HCM Brazil should still have a commanding lead. Even with the 1-star, they should still be in a really commanding spot, but you know they're going to look to push the 3-star. If they can get the 3-star, that pretty much fixes the miss from Achilles.
Yeah, again, just like a really surprising attack, just not funneling his troops. He could have brought one Yeti, which would have forced his troops into the middle of the base, and I think there would have been no problems whatsoever. As well, the troops skipping that multi-inferno tower, which was raged up, I believe, taking down the healers, or at least threatening them, so spells were forced, and this was a big problem for him, and really falling short yet again. And right now it seems like that both teams are struggling quite a bit because we have not seen so far a 3-star in this match.
And you talked about the planning on the first attack. It almost felt like that was kind of the plan on that one, though, was to not really funnel them in, to kind of let them walk around the exterior of the base, dip and dive in and out of those compartments. But I think you're right. I think if he kind of committed to going in like that middle compartment there, instead of trying to go for the town hall, he could have opened it up with the earthquake boots, maybe get a little bit more value and just rage right on through there. But ultimately, it is going to be a defense that King stood tall in there, took out the remaining troops. So now HCM Brazil, they could really just kind of get that lead that they were looking for on the first attack with the triple here. It's going to be Leo coming in with a Lalo attack, maybe a Skelly Donut Lalo, as we have 4 Invis with 3 skeleton spells. There is the Clan Castle with the multi-target Inferno there, and it looks like that's going to be the case right here. Leo with a Skelly Donut onto the multi and the Clan Castle.
Yeah, switching things up, making sure that, well, we have noticed that those fireball attacks, or in general those Warden Charge and Warden Walk attacks, are not really working for us right now. It doesn't matter what the follow-up was, it did not work for those two teams, and now they're switching towards those Lalo attacks. Going in with the Skelly Donut, always something really impressive to watch, especially knowing how hard it is to hit those invisibility spells. It's so crucial, and it can otherwise fall, like, can really go down quick for you as an attacker if you're missing those spells. But so far the attack looks solid, the Eagle going down, the King getting the value, and should be even able to get into that Scatter and Queen compartment with those Earthquake boots.
I remember last year at Worlds watching this HCM Brazil squad playing under Clash Champs win the World Championship, and Lalo was their go-to. And I feel like in this hard mode meta, the shift back to Lalo would not be a bad thing. You're able to kind of take your time on the base, you're able to dissect a base, and I think that's this team's strong suit, is dissecting a base, taking their time with the heroes, and getting the 3-star with the Lalo. So I think if they kind of get back to the roots with that, that could only benefit them. Let's go ahead and see what Leo does here, as he's going to work the Lalo in. He's going to go right through the Town Hall, however, which that can always be a risky proposition.
Yeah, really impressive freeze, but the Dread Trap delaying things a little bit. The Town Hall staying alive for a couple of seconds longer. He has to freeze it yet again. Question though is, are there enough loons? There's not a rage, it's a haze spell, which means it's not boosting the damage of those loons. Loons have just disappeared, but it feels like that with the healer puppet equipment, it was just turned into a Queen Charge. The Royal Champion with her Rocket Speeder taking down the remaining defense, and this is going to be another 3, or the first 3-star actually, in this matchup. And that was crazy. It was like, it felt more like a hero dive and then clean up Lalo, because the loons did not take down that much of the base.
Yeah, really, the balloons were just trying to get the Town Hall and just those few compartments next to it, and they did a good job with that. You're right. You pointed out that the Queen basically turns into a Queen Charge with that healer puppet, and we see that quite a bit. You get those 3 healers from the healer puppet, and sometimes that can be just enough, as long as she's not in a heavy damage area. Along with those 3 queens dealing out tons of damage, it works out really nicely for Leo. I was a little bit worried about that Tesla farm, but he managed that really well. It's a 3-star. HCM Brazil is going to be up really nicely now, 5 stars to 3, as our HCM Esports counterparts cannot get a 3-star on the board yet.
Yeah, and that's now their big challenge, which they have to overcome and somehow manage. The 3-star is needed so badly for them right now to still have the chance of staying inside this match. Otherwise, it feels like it's slipping out of their hands completely, not having the chance anymore of coming back. We still have seen that HCM Brazil can get those 2 stars as well. Things can go wrong for them as well and backfire, but to somehow take advantage of that, you have to 3-star on your own to really then pressure the other team, and that's something which HCM Esports so far was not able to really do in their attacks, and they have to turn this now around.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. And HCM Esports, I don't know, it just seems like they've been close, but they've also... Their planning has been a little bit questionable. You've kind of pointed out on the first 2 attacks. So I think if they can make those adjustments, get 3 more 3-stars on the board, or 3 3-stars, I guess, not more, because they haven't 3-starred yet. But if they can get 3 3-stars on the board here to finish this war, they can still be in this, as we've seen HCM Brazil kind of be up and down a little bit. But it's going to be another Warden Walk into the rocket balloons. This attack is kind of been risky today, and it's definitely been risky for this HCM Esports team as they're going to go ahead and set up the fireball. Paul is working his Warden in. There's crazy good value if he can get this fireball off where he wants to, with the scatter shot, the town hall, the clan castle, that raid shower. Tons and tons of value there for it, but setting it up is always the tough part.
Yeah, there goes the invis, there goes the rage, and nicely done. The rage tower is gone, but the Warden still has to go towards the tunnel, because that's normally the tricky part, because with those Warden charges, the heroes, which means the King and Queen, are normally not really getting into the core. They are on the outside of the base, and that can be sometimes an issue, and we right now see yet again the same problem for them. Some other troops are getting chased. Now he has played the blimp there as well, which means the Eds are now getting chased, and the core has to somehow go down. And, well, now he's setting the King in there as well. The Baydragon is getting taken care of, but that Warden might now transition over to the King.
Yeah, this is, oh man, it's very, very questionable here, because the Warden, you're right, is going to follow the King. The King's going to bounce out of this compartment. He needs the King to kind of stay inside and then use those Earthquake Boots to open everything up. He does get that, but the Queen will not even be able to reach over there, as the Town Hall is 5 tiles away, so she's not even going to be able to reach the Town Hall. So he's going to need something else, maybe even the Royal Champion to come in. But this one's already starting to fade out pretty heavily. I know he's still got Royal Champion to be deployed, still has Queen with ability, but he's lost a big chunk of his army right through here.
Yeah, there's the race, but I'm not sure. The Royal Champ walking in there, taking down the tunnel with the race spell together. The Queen, though, I'm not sure if the race would have been maybe better for her, because she still has the healers to spawn. So that would have been maybe quite nice. Adding now the rocket tools on the back end, and he has still 50 seconds left for this attack. The Queen getting through that Mojang Inferno Tower, and now being somewhat safe for the moment. The freeze, I'm not really sure why he froze that.
I think he was trying to save that rocket balloon, but the Tesla was on it. I think maybe he thought that Tesla was, I don't know. That freeze was definitely questionable. Queens get through here with the multiple Queens with the mirror, but there's a lot of base, and those ricochet cannons can be devastating. Not to mention there's an Expo over there, and the Queens are taking different channel. That Queen took the wrong channel there. The Clone Queen will fade out, as they're fading out right now, and the main Queen is just going to be in there, and it's going to be another defense for HCM Brazil. Paul is not going to get the 3-star.
Yeah, it feels like always like the last 5% or something is missing because of decisions right there. The rage for the healers and the Queen could have really helped him to push through the back end, but instead he raged up the Royal Champ really aggressively, even though in the Rocket Spear she's already one-shotting most of those defenses with how he deployed the rage, and the Rocket Toons were quite early as well. So yeah, like, and the freeze as well, like overall really big question marks to me with how HCM Esports are doing their attacks right now, but well, it is just not enough, and that's the really big difference between hard mode and the regular game right now. Those mistakes are no problem whatsoever in the regular game, while you can't really that easily recover anymore in the hard mode when the heroes are dealing less damage. The equipments are capped, which means epic equipments cannot go any higher than level 21, common equipments cannot go any higher than level 15, and then on top of that, the defense are doing even more damage, so it's even more punishing. And this is for sure what we see right now for HCM Esports.
Yeah, and if he saves that rage for the Queen with the magic mirror and the healers, like that Queen is able to gut out, the other Queens are able to help through. He might have been a lot closer. I think with the Rocket Spear, I think you're right. It would have had enough to take down the Town Hall, would have been fine there. So yeah, the planning is just really, really awkward for the HCM squad, HCM Esports squad, that is. But Solino is in next. Let's keep moving forward as we see the Boots, Spiky Ball. I think the Warden's down here at the bottom. Yeah, Warden's down here with the bottom at the Fireball as we're showing off the equipment. But I think the Warden's fine. Yeah, Warden's going to go ahead and reach in, take out the Monolith. Great skeleton spell to protect the Warden. Got to keep an eye on these skellies that came over. Nice. Okay, so Warden's fine. Gonna rage up because it does have 2 bows on him as well. But keep an eye on that flame flinger on the left side. It's all about that multitasking, getting all these defenses out. But I think Solino's going for a huge fireball here.
Yeah, like on the Poison or Bitter Hut or something like that, Poison Tower near the Inferno Tower. But as well, just on the base, the Flame Flinger value yet again is just looking amazing for him, because there's no mortar, no extra whatsoever to stop that Flame Flinger. But remember, the Eagle is now firing on that Warden, and he's not as tanky as the Queen, for example, so you always have to be careful. And he's slowly but surely making his way towards that fireball location, which he then can start with that ability in just a couple of seconds.
Man, this Warden walk is long and epic. We're so used to seeing like everything going so fast, it's kind of like awkward seeing that Warden walk drawn out, but he doesn't really need to rush it. He can set everything up on the rest of the base, let that Warden do what it needs to, and then bring in the fireball at the right time, which is right now, gets right into the poison tower, gets that builder hut out, and then also weakens the town hall, and now there's no healing on the town hall, so that town hall will remain damaged, which is going to be really, really key as he works through here with more rocket loons and now the royal champion joining in. Warden should have no problem getting this town hall down.
Yeah, but I feel like with this attack as well, Sedinho perfectly showcased how you should do this attack, where he had rocket loons near his Warden, but instead of having like bigger groups, because you know, hey, a wizard tower or Expo, for example, you need a couple of more rocket loons to take them out. Instead of like over forcing with the rocket loons, he always just added one or maybe a second to make sure that the group of troops is always low enough that the Warden is not getting distracted from his own path. You can see it on the far right side. He's always only adding 1 or 2 rocket loons to make sure that the Warden is not getting distracted. And this has really caused a lot of the fails earlier in this match with this strategy, where then people have used 3 rocket loons, and that can be already the difference maker for the Warden, and over pushes this threshold where he is going to follow, and that has caused a lot of the fails. But yet again, on this was just the perfect showcase of how you should do this strategy, really pushing this strategy to the limits and perfectly showcasing how strong it actually is.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to the experience of HCM Brazil. We've seen them play on the big stage multiple years. We've seen them in these big tournaments. We've seen them in these pressure spots, and it's not a big deal for them because they've been there, done that. They're the defending world champions after all, so they understand those mechanics that you're talking about. Whereas sometimes when you're not as familiar with the strategy, especially in hard mode, when things are dealing less damage and those defenses are dealing more damage, maybe you start to panic a little bit because you're like, oh no, the Warden's not going. I wanted this to be faster. So I think the pacing on Celino's attack kind of shows that expertise that you kind of get with a pro team like HCM Brazil. The world champions, they are showing why they've been there, why they've done that, and why we always see them here in these major tournaments and always winning and showing up in a big way.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're really coming in clutch, and I feel like that's something which as well is really showcasing how good some of those teams are with showing up in the right moments. Like, yes, when you're like farming stats versus maybe lower ranked teams, that's one thing, but showing up in the important matches where your team needs you the most is really this clutch factor, which I feel like is really underestimated for a lot of those teams. But we have the next attack, and that's actually going to be an Electro Dragon attack, because this base looks super compact. The lightnings look really, really solid on this one. The question now, though, is are there any traps against this, or can he even defend this with proper traps?
Mohamed Mouari coming in with the Electro Dragons, our first Electro Dragon attack of the day. And I agree, the space was really nice and compact. If you get the rages in the right spots, overgrowth on the town hall, that's always risky when you overgrowth the town hall and have to come back to it, especially with the royal champion now being deployed and all these troops are going to kind of work past the town hall. I think the queen might linger there long enough that she can maybe take it down when the overgrowth comes off, but this one is flying through really, really nicely, and HCM really need a 3-star here in the worst way.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if maybe just without the overgrowth it would have been better, like what the reasoning behind was, because I feel like a lot of times we see overgrowth kind of making things more risky to some degree because you have this tunnel left standing. In this one, it made no difference whatsoever, but I would love to hear the thought process behind that, bringing it in this attack. But the base identification was just too clean, knowing, hey, this is super compact. We had a lot of storages on the ring around the base, which gave us incredible chains into the core of the base, dealing so much damage that there was no chance of fighting back for this base whatsoever. And he's getting rewarded with a really great 3-star. And this is giving them, well, the slight hope, I guess, of like staying in this match, but it's going to be a rough ride.
Yeah, the big question is it too little too late? That's always the question here. Is they've just faltered all throughout this war so far. This is their first 3-star after 4 attacks, and you really can't have that against HCM Brazil, who their one miss was 97%. Even when they miss, you know they're going to bring a big total to the score. but on the counter to that, HM Esports has the 1-star to open. So I think this one is all but over here as we're kind of wrapping up the war with our final 3 attacks. But like we saw a 1-star. We could still see that from HTM Brazil. So anything could still happen here. But I think HTM Brazil, speaking to their experience, they know better than to do something crazy and force a 1-star.
Yeah, that's for sure, that you do not want to take as many risks, but at the same time, I feel like those strategies which so far have performed quite well, like the warden charges, are always really risky, because not paying attention for like 1 second with how little hit points the warden has can really go like in the wrong direction really easily, really quickly. So even if the plans might sound OP and perfect and everything, not paying attention for 1 second turns around the entire plan. So then it's really the question of, okay, do I go for this really good looking plan because I like the fireball, I like everything, but then I'm only relying on my own skill and performance, that I have to pay attention to everything which is happening, and not paying attention for 1 second is really backfiring. So that's always the question then, like, what are you doing in your attacks, and like what is really safe as a 3-star?
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily like not paying attention. Like sometimes there's just so much going on, you look over to these skeletons that are attacking your flame flinger to deal with those, and then before you know it, your warden is almost down and launching his fireball. So you're right, all it takes is one little mistake, excuse me, and you could really have a plan just really off the rails. But I think HCM Brazil does a really good job in those situations of not panicking and at least bringing it back for the 2-star at minimum, which we saw them do time and time again. But it's going to be Pato coming up next with a Lalo. It looks like just a traditional hero dive into Lalo. I don't see any Skelly Donut setup. There is 3 skeleton spells, but only 1 invis. Usually you were going to see at least 2 or 3 for that Skelly Donut, but Pato is really well versed in the Lalo, and sending the Queen in to take out this Town Hall should work out really nicely.
Yeah, the plan already looks really, really promising. I feel like the Queen with those skeleton spells perfectly protected, and now the Earthquake Boots activating the Town Hall though, which means the skeleton spells are not as efficient anymore to distract the Monolith. But I feel like at this point it's already okay, because the Queen is close enough to the Town Hall, which means with the ability she should easily take that out. But we have the Royal Champion pushing in from the bottom side. There's a lot of damage really close behind the Town Hall with the multi-arch towers, which are relevant for the Lalo itself. But he's starting already with that, making sure that he's not wasting any time and trying to get the Slammer into the base, into the multi-Inferno Tower early on.
Yeah, getting the multi out is huge. Royal Champion actually throwing those rocket spears. Didn't leave that one super minion up. It's barely got any health there, but it is up nonetheless. A couple of headhunters are going to come in to deal with the enemy Queen. Now he's got all these balloons working through, but they're actually taking quite a bit of damage. This is a pretty heavy area, and the Warden, oh man, the Warden's just kind of not able to provide enough support here without the Eternal Tome there. So these balloons are going to fade out, and this is actually going to be a defense here for HCM Esports, it looks like. He still has 6 balloons, but that's a lot of base remaining.
Yeah, there's a lot of base left, and I feel like especially having the Royal Champion getting used during the hero dive is always limiting your power on the back end so much. It's kind of crazy, but they did what they were supposed to do with the safer attack, I assume, because that 2-star is still giving them the lead of 2 stars coming into the last 2 attacks, or like last attack each for those 2 teams, and this should still be quite solid for them moving forward in this match and moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I think you're right with that, Itsu. I mean, look at the scoreboard going into this attack. It was 8-8, so you already have the advantage there. So a 2-star, pretty much 2 2-stars, put this one away, get you up to 12 stars. Meanwhile, the HCM Esports team can only get to a maximum of 11 stars. So even though it does feel like a much safer play, I think you're right. I think it is the right play here, just to get this one out of the way, get the 2 stars. Obviously you want a 3-star, but if you don't 3-star, the 2 stars are going to be just fine for you to move on to our final today.
And I feel like just knowing that, okay, if I go for a hero dive for the Town Hall, the Lalo has the chance of 3-starring if like traps are not like perfectly against my attack strategy and everything, but I have to save 2-star, and I feel like this is such a big team play, because yes, you could go like full ego and just say, hey, I know this Warden charge whatever has the best chances of 3-starring, but it's quite risky because on base like this, if you're going from the other side, the town hall is literally the last defense, the last building going down. So risking that, I feel like it's not always really showing big class as of a player. It's more like showing, hey, I want to prove myself, which in some cases is just not the best team play thing to do. So really big props to the attacker here, knowing, hey, we're playing it safe, we're playing it for the team. We have those solid defenses right now, so we don't have to take the risk of like pushing the limits. And well, going for the town hall gives us the first star. Lalo going down before you reach 50% is really unlikely, so it's a safe 2-star, and that's all I need in this current position.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's the right move here. You don't need to like overextend. You know that the HCM esports team has been struggling against your bases, so just do what you need to get to the grand final. Also, moving to the grand final gets you those 50 points at minimum, which we've kind of talked about that previously. It's almost enough to guarantee, all but guarantees you a spot in our final. Here we come with Vitrox coming in with an epic fireball into the middle, using 2 overgrowths and an invis, taking out lots and lots of defenses there. Eagle goes down, Monolith goes down. Was there some bows in there? No, I don't think the bows were in there, but lots and lots of defenses. Rage towers, that is crazy fireball value.
And what's he going to do with the recall spell? Is he just going to use that for the warden with the heaters? I guess no. But as well, I mean, if he would have taken down the air defense and archer tower, the expo and the merged cannon would have been completely exposed for air troops, for example. But I guess that's just way too risky, I assume, in that current position. He's just going for the one walk on this far left side. But still, I'm wondering about the recall spell. Is he going to use that for the Roy Chamber? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm as you're talking about it, I'm trying to figure it out as well. Usually you see that set up for an early recall, like for the warden or something. But with the warden, you can kind of just direct him with the troops. Maybe he tries. No, the queen's gonna go in the middle here. It's got to be for the RC, right? I'm confused about the recall.
I mean, he used it now to recall the warden to the top side, but now combining the lock launcher with the root riders, I am right now just more than I'm so confused, because yes, the lock launcher can deal damage, but at the same time he has root riders in the mix, right? So I'm not really sure if the lock launcher was the best choice, but he can already deal a lot of damage to those defending troops. If there are, like, I don't know, witches or any ground troops in there, the locks can deal a lot of damage. But it's going to activate the town hall already as well, but gives the king access towards the core. The question now is, was it worth it to bring it? The town hall should go down any second. The Royal Champion trying her best with the rocket spear, and this attack looks kind of crushed, to be honest. So the opening with the fireball was 100% worth it.
Yeah, the fireball was worth it. I don't think the recall was needed, because he could have used the king to pull the warden where he needed the warden to go. So I don't think the recall was even needed. It's a 3-star nonetheless, so that's the more important thing. Getting through and getting the triple, although maybe too little too late here. A 3-star is massive for the squad. You definitely are going to feel better finishing the war on a 3-star. But now if you're HCM Brazil, all you need is a 2-star to get the victory. It was a very interesting play. You're right. Root Riders with the log launcher. The fireball was beautiful. I love the fireball. Everything else was very confusing. I'm not going to lie. It was very confusing for me.
Yeah, but I feel like after this fireball opening, anything would have 3 stars. So that was really the big star play of this attack, and really made the attack shine there. And then the follow-up, I mean, he got the job done. So at the end of the day, he did what he was supposed to do. Even though we felt like some things were questionable, but maybe he had some other thought process behind, which we were maybe not really catching there. But getting a nice 3-star to finish things off. Unfortunately, most likely a little bit too late. But the question now is, can HTM play this safe? It's yet again, they have to go for 2 stars. Obviously, they can still 3-star, or have a really high percentage 1-star, I guess. That could give them a tie for percentage. But still, 2 stars, all what they need. Let's see if they're going to play it safe yet again.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the play here. I don't think you want to do anything risky and leave this one up to chance. After that nice crushing 3-star from the opposition, you definitely just want to come in, get the 2-star. Obviously, go for a 3-star. If you can get the 3-star, that would be great. But ultimately, you just need 2 stars to win this war, and then you're into the finals. Then you could you step it up, do some crazy stuff. But it's Bernal. We know Bernal likes doing a lot of fun, different things, and he's coming in with that Warden Walk with the Fireball. So let's see what he sets up. It looks like he's going to set up actually going towards the Town Hall area with this Warden. A lot of damage to be done, but he's pretty patient on this one usually.
Yeah, and I feel like the opening on this one looks already incredible solid. The Flame Flinger should get a lot of value. The Warden itself should pretty much safely get the Town Hall because he has funneled the top left side. The bottom side is getting funneled slowly by the Flame Flinger. I feel like that's as safe as it could get as a Warden charge for a 2nd star. And at this point, especially with the Angry Jelly running out, he should be looking good. The only thing which would be a nightmare if that Queen or that King is getting too close to the Warden, which I don't believe. And as well, take a look at the Rocket Toons. That's really what I mean. Sending them in one by one so he knows the Warden is not going to follow them. Perfect play by him.
Yeah, I like this setup quite a bit here for Bernal. Queen working on the top side, taking out the enemy Queen. Here comes the Fireball for the Town Hall. Now he can go ahead and finish off the Town Hall with his Warden after the Warden gets through these archers and gets through everything else. Okay, a couple Rocket Loons actually going to come in and finish off the Town Hall. Maybe he was worried that the Royal Champion would pull the Warden away before he got the Town Hall down. But ultimately, it is a 2-star, and that will be enough to get the victory. But you know Bernal is hungry for that 3-star. He wants to finish this base off and finish the war off with a triple.
But again, I'm so confused. Why did he send in the Royal Champ from that side? That would have been all taken care of with the Warden. He could have sent in the Royal Champ from the far right side, would have taken down the Expo in the 2nd layer. The Queen would have stayed alive for pretty much forever. I'm not really sure why he's sending the Royal Champion from there, but hey, I guess it should work out because the opening and especially the Flame Flinger value was just too clean. But in the end, it's going to get him that 3-star, and that's exactly what he is known for. And I feel like, yes, for the match itself, it was not as important if he gets 2 or 3 stars, but I think momentum-wise, going into the finals, it's quite nice because the team which is waiting there with HTS Esports has gotten 15 stars versus Tribe, so the finals won't be easy whatsoever for them. And HTM Brazil is going to clutch out this victory with 13 stars, and they're moving on to the finals.
Yeah, very well done here for Bernal. That's exactly what they're looking for. It was a little bit dicey at times, but ultimately does get through with a beautiful Warden Walk into the Fireball on the Town Hall. A couple Fireballs to finish that Town Hall off, and that one was done for. So HCM Brazil will move on to our finals of Cup number 2 to face off against HST Esports. Pretty interesting matchup there. We had the 1-star miss early on, and then kind of like a little back and forth. Shaky start for both of these squads.
Yeah, but it really shows that with the hard mode right now as well, teams are still adapting, obviously. I feel like the success rate will still increase slowly over time as the teams are adapting to the new meta and to everything. But I feel like especially it's really showing that there is higher chances of teams failing. A 1-star, a 2-star. It's not the first 1-star which we have seen today. So overall, it's way more likely. And well, 13 stars in this meta is going to give you that victory in this matchup, and it's going to give you access towards the finals.
Yeah, and it kind of shows that the hard mode balances were very, very key here. But taking a look at our updated bracket, we see HCM moving on to the grand final like we talked about. A very interesting play out of this bracket with Millesime MG going down early. Tribe basically getting upset by HST there in the semifinals with a perfect war with a miss from Yo-Yo on the last attack. And then HCM Brazil, they've kind of just been taking care of business on their way to the grand finals. Remember, the loser of the grand final will get at minimum get 50 points for our leaderboards, and the winner will move on to our finals, which are going to be in mid-November. So make sure you guys follow, subscribe, have notifications on, check out the socials, check out the Discord, all that kind of great stuff, so you know when the next cups are happening. I believe the next cup is actually just next weekend, so you guys can sign up and you can play along with all of these great pro teams.
Yeah, and I think one of the main reasons why I'm still looking forward to the finals is because HTM Brazil, I think, had a 1-star defense in every single match so far, which they have played today, which is going to be intense considering that HST had only 3 stars versus Tribe Gaming. So that is really going to be a crazy offense versus defense matchup in the finals with those two teams clashing. I mean, that would be great.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing to point out. I feel like HST has been really on fire. I mean, they're putting up 14s and 15s, and we saw HCM Brazil kind of struggling there a little bit. So will their defenses step up? Will they step up offensively? I guess that's what we're going to see here as we get ready to move into our last match. But guys, before we get into the last match, we got to take a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Grab some refreshments, and we'll be right back with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Nothing new about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky, smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slidey, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud, down before the time's up. So we better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud, down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we're around the corner with the finals of this cup, and I'm so ready. Maxi, what about you?
I am ready as well. We've got the two best teams, the better HTM, at least for today, that just were able to get the victory in our last semi-final. And of course, we got HST, who in a little bit of a setup were able to take out Tribe Gaming with the perfect war. They sent them home, and Yo-Yo was not able to 3-star that last base. So we've got the two best teams of today here. Two teams, both with 3-letter abbreviations. Don't mess it up, guys. HST and HTM. Here we have them, and this is today's grand final. And remember, whoever wins this gets their direct ticket into the season finals. Also meaning that they will have at least secured $2,000. So this is a very important match, Itsu.
Yeah, and to me, just like the clash versus really solid offense to really solid defense, because HST got to this point with getting 15 stars versus Tribe Gaming, pushing them to the limit with their lineup of Crusader, John, Ollie, Gigi, Nico, Movadoni, and HST Toby. And, well, their counterpart has gotten to the finals with defending every single time in their matches today on a 1-star at least once, which is really impressive, even in the hard mode.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like HTM Brazil's base building is really on a world-class level. We've got Celinho, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Achilles in their squad. But yeah, we remember how bitterly they were not able to make it into the World Championship finals. They're definitely a team that would belong there, being so strong, being so consistent, not just in this season, but really for years now in the competitive scene. And of course, they have crowned themselves as the Clash of Clans World Champions last year, and not everyone can say that about themselves in the Clash of Clans esports community. So they have had amazing successes, but unfortunately this year, it was just a couple of buildings, a couple of percentage that they were off for the World Championship. In the end, Tribe Gaming was able to take it out of their hands, but today, Tribe Gaming were not able to make it into the finals. It's just HTM Brazil here. But HST, their opponents, they are not an easy obstacle.
No, not whatsoever. And they have so far really proven that they really like their warden charges. They have liked to combine that with more hero charges, so like warden charge, queen charge, even adding other heroes to the mix as well. But something which you have to say as well is that quite a few of their attacks versus Tribe Gaming were on the knife's edge. They were really close. So if those would have went the other way, that match versus Tribe might have went the other way as well. So that's something which they have to make sure that they're staying full concentrated and locked in for this final match versus HTM Brazil, because they so far have punished mistakes really quickly, and at the same time they are playing their matches really smart. When they only had to go for 2 stars, they were playing it safe, don't risking things like other teams in the past where, hey, a 2 stars is already enough, and we have seen many 1 stars happening in those cases, which is then throwing the match completely out of the window. So it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, but absolutely the tactical dimension there that you are showcasing, definitely worth looking at. And you said it, they like their warden charges, and HTM Brazil, they like their bases to defend. So I guess there could be 1 or 2 baits for a warden charge now in the next match, so we have to wait and see. But if the players are careful usually and use a rocket balloon or a regular balloon to at least check for a couple of traps there, that can usually play a big role. Then again, the warden charges, they take a lot of time, right? So if you just put 1 or even 2 or 3 skeleton traps there, it will take like 20-30 seconds longer for the warden, and the attacker usually waits until the warden fireball is used to start the remainder of the attack. And you said it, their attacks were already close on time, so this could really make a difference. So I'm very eager to see what HTM Brazil have thought of to counter this attack strategy that has been working so well for HST.
Yeah, and especially if you can defend the Flame Flinger that is already a big step in the strategy, because I feel like the Flame Flinger is just taking so much pressure off the attacker, because you have something working for around 1 minute non-stop taking down defenses, and that is then putting the time problem in your favor, and it's turning this from a problem into like a really nice thing, because you have already taken down so much of the base just with your siege machine itself, not even with the troops inside, just with the siege machine, and that is something which is then coming in really handy, and I feel like that is going to be the big difference maker here. And so far HTM Brazil has done that quite well, with really making certain Flame Flinger angles really annoying, setting up traps against that. So that is for sure something which they have proven to be really good at.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to play an important role in this match. Then again, HST, they have seen a lot of what HTM Brazil have done today. So maybe they are able to counter something of that. But we saw it in the last match, actually. These Warden charges, they are no joke. They look overpowered, but they are really hard to execute. We saw some players burning their fingers trying to do it as well, especially when heroes or big clumps of troops are close by. The Warden sometimes decides to be the support that he usually is for those troops, rather than continuing his own walk. And this takes so much power away from this attack strategy. So things like that we really have to keep an eye on. But yeah, HTM Brazil, they have also doing this exact same strategy. But also we saw Skelly Donut Lalo from them. It's like they are very hard to predict, if you ask me, Itsu, because they have such a wide variety of attack strategies that they are world class with. So yeah, I would have a hard time trying to defend against them, because you never know what they bring.
Yeah, and I think another aspect is, which was such a big problem for a lot of teams during the Town of 15 meta, is that predicting the entry is one thing, but with Lalo being such an incredible high skill strategy, another thing is just being able to execute on the same level, even if you see the same entry. The Lalo itself is such a complex strategy that if you don't perform it on the highest level, you're going to have problems. But we have HST starting with exactly the strategy we were expecting from them, and that is the multiple hero charge. They're going in with the Warden charge from the far left side, trying to get the fireball into that core, and they were finding an angle with the Flame Flinger, taking down the defending queen nice and early to make sure that already a big part of the village is going down.
Yeah, it looks so very good so far. There we see the first Skelly trap, but John has thought of that as well and brought a Valkyrie, but the angle of the first couple of balloons were not correct. They actually a Seeking Airmine now taking out one of the healers, but he's doing very well, concentrating on this attack. Now he may... Okay, that was a little bit sketchy there for a second.
Did he misdrop the one invisibility? Because I think the second invisibility to get the fireball into the core was not really needed, if I saw that correctly. But either way, so far the attack still looks strong, but I think he might have lost already one invisibility, which was not needed. There's still quite a bit of base left, considering that he has no rages left anymore. The clan cast is about to be unleashed. The Warden struggling and going down. And this now means he has to recover. He has to somehow turn this around, with the queen from the bottom side and the king still being able to deploy it as well. And 1 minute and 24 seconds left.
Yes, and the queen, as you said it, will not have the support of any rage spell, and she's already running low. Okay, but at least she survives through the ability with the magic mirror. But there is so much base left. As you said, does he have wall breakers? Okay, 2 of them. If the queen is able to take out the town hall, I think this freeze was too early and also not placed perfectly. There's still a chance, in my opinion, but it's going to be really tough.
I think the freeze was not even that problematic, because the queen and her mirror were stacking on each other, and this means the splash healing of those healers was still fine. But it's now 45 seconds. The Royal Champ running into a skeleton trap, which is a nightmare for him, and he still has that Royal Champion ability, which he is going to use right now with the Hog Riders pushing into the back end. But Maxi, I'm just not sure if this multi-arch tower are going to be maybe a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, he used the king ability as well. I didn't see what kind of equipment he had on the king, but apparently it was not the earthquake boots, and the earthquake boots would have been really nice. Now the royal champion is about to go down, and this means that the time is not going to be enough. I mean, the king has to beat through a wall, and he's not going to be able to do that. And this is going to end on 96%. And it is the first defense. The main reason probably that Warden, that John was not able to keep alive. But I gotta be honest, the invisibility spell you were talking about, I think he needed it because there was a Tesla popping on the right side of the Warden. There we go.
Yeah, but the Tesla just went down.
Took it down.
Yeah, the Tesla just went down, and having that invisibility versus the merged cannon and the Expo would have been the difference maker to keep that Warden alive, and that would have turned around the entire attack because it would have not been a time fail. The merged cannon and the Expo would have not taken so many hit points off that Royal Champion later in. It was a really close call, don't get me wrong, but that's exactly the difference kind of in those hard mode matches where this one spell slot can be a difference, and that is something which we have seen already in the first attack of this match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And seeing this in the highlights of the attack, I definitely see what you mean, and I agree with you. He didn't need it. I think he was just a little bit too hectic and too nervous that the other invisibility spells would run out, I think. But anyways, now we're in the second attack, Pato, and we've seen HDM Brazil have some fails as well today, so anything can still happen. It's still an open match, 96%, not too bad. And so far in Pato's hit, it's looking quite okay, but the king is targeting being targeted by the monolith early on. Luckily, the earthquake boots are able to take it out.
Question now is this queen going to walk into the tower direction, or is she going to be distracted by that multi-arch tower? That is the big question here. Royal Champion with her spear trying to push that queen further into that direction. She should be able to get it there. There's a mass archer clank us. That was something which I would expect maybe in Legend with, I don't know, defending versus Lavaloon. But having it versus a regular hard mode, or in a regular hard mode match, is quite surprising. But the Tano is going down.
Yeah, he got that. That was a good job. And also the tornado trap is now out of the way. But I don't think that the queens are going to survive the town hall poison. Also, the royal champion is now taken out. But then again, this back end of the base does not look that threatening for Lalo, but he has to make sure that the Lalo troops survive, and the Warden ability was used a little bit too early. I call this a fail already. So many balloons died there in the first couple seconds of the attack. I don't really know how we should get to the end of this base.
Oh, that scatter shot getting skipped, but the queen has survived, so maybe that is now the big MVP for him. On the back end, there's not many defenses which can target air, but it might be enough to hold on, and this would be a worse percentage than what we have seen from HST Gaming. The Warden is going down as well. The queen won't be able to reach anything, so she has to go for another wall, and the eagle is targeting her as well.
Yeah, and I don't think that he will be able to make her survive the single. He doesn't have a freeze spell anymore. He doesn't have frozen arrow on the queen, I think. Yeah, he's got the healer puppet and magic mirror, so the queen will die in the single inferno, that's for sure. Now even with the skellies popping, so he can just go for some percentage points. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know. He will finish at 67, I guess. Probably not going to 87, I mean, not 67. Is this archer out of range? No, the skellies will kill it. So, yeah, percentage advantage for HST after this first match. War. No, attacks.
Yeah, getting the right word in the end. But yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. There is a small percentage lead. I'm not really sure if it's already like a big deciding factor for the match since we are that early into it. And I feel like having 1 or 2 3-stars with solid 2-star attacks might be already something which those teams, well, are then fine with winning this match overall, because we have seen so many defenses, especially on the highest level, because those are not the best teams only for offense, as well for defense. HSG Gaming has defended as well versus Triumph Gaming. And just before this match, HGM Brazil, I have talked a lot about their incredible defense. As I said, every single match so far today, at least one 1-star against them and a 2-star as well. So they are looking really good. And now it's up to HST to get the first 3-star in this match. And they're most likely yet again go in with that Warden charge, with that Queen charge on top. And for that, they really have to make sure that they're getting every single spell right, because otherwise, with the more and higher damage of the defenses, with the less damage of the Warden and less hit points, it is otherwise just so punishing.
Yeah, absolutely. The Warden needs to survive in this attack. I mean, you invest the spells and the fireball mostly to make sure that the Warden stays on the outside and is not under heavy damage out of the core of the base. And with the Warden Rage Aura, he also deals an incredible amount of damage. But we're proven wrong, actually. Oh, no. This is something that has happened to me many times when I use Druids or this attack strategy in Legends. But all of the healers dying, that hurts so much for GG. Yeah, so much happening at the same time. I was just about to say, not the attack strategy that we were expecting, but Super Witches, and then everything was happening at the same time. But do you think he can pull this off? He still has got the Druids.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like he used a lot of Druids really early on, a little bit too early in my opinion, because you see, they already transform, and I feel like the success or like the way and how you can use the new Druids successfully is really make sure that you're delaying them as much as possible. And he has not even reached the core, and he has only 2 Druids left. That is going to be really, really painful. He has to have this Queen pushing the Super Witches into the core, and there is as well no more Rage Aura for his Super Witches, which is a massive, massive downgrade. The timing of the next 2 Druids I think is quite nice. He's raging up the Druids, that's always the most important thing, which a lot of people are getting actually wrong, so he's doing a nice job on that. And the bounces of healing are now jumping in between, and he has yet to deploy the Royal Champion.
But unfortunately, because of this builder hut behind the town hall, and I think it was placed there just for that, his troops all run into the town hall poison. And there's nothing to heal anymore. Everything was taken out in the core. Queen does not have the ability. Nice wall break there, nicely spotted. But now the healers are even taken out by seeking air mines. And yeah, this is goodbye for the Queen. And now he only has the Royal Champion. He is raging her way too early. We can see that he is nervous. He didn't deploy her perfectly. She even goes through the outside. And yeah, this is 100% going to be the next fail.
Yeah, trying to get as many percentage points as possible for this one, but it is going to be the next defense, as you just said. And this really showcases those somewhat greedy fireballs can really backfire if you don't keep that Warden alive, and that was really the main problem. And I feel like especially with those 2 air defenses close by, wow, that was just a greedy fireball. It's just like really, really risky, and it just did not pay off. The Warden going down, the healers going down, everything just falling apart, and that's another defense for HTM Brazil.
Yeah, we'll see the replay now. There it is. So the problem is he shouldn't have made all the buildings next to the defenses invisible. If you would have kept the dark barrack we can see at the top of your screen, for example, and the laboratory on the left visible, then the Warden would have went for these buildings after the fireball. At least I didn't see the angry jelly on the Warden. But without this, the Warden went directly into the base because everything else was invisible, and thus luring not only parts of the CC but also getting himself in the range of the monolith and getting the healers in the range of the air defenses. So in my opinion, it was a little bit of an execution mistake that you could have avoided if you were more experienced with the strategy and would have foreseen this problem. Yeah, however, we saw that HTM Brazil have not 3-starred their first attack as well, so there's still hope for HST, and they had the percentage advantage. So even though this was rather low on percent, if HTM Brazil get 1 or 2 more fails, the door is still open also for HST, but of course this was not going in the right direction.
Yeah, and I think as I said, this match is still wide open. Even if we see the first 3-star now from HTM, we have seen both teams struggle quite a bit on offense when they're put under pressure, and especially with those defenses of those 2 teams. But let's see if it's going to happen again. This one is going to be a scary donut for that clan castle. It seems like 4 invisibility, 3 skeletons. What is he going for? Bat and skeleton, but I think he missed the Inferno Tower, am I right?
Yeah, it seems like it. How many invis does he have still left? 2. I think he will still get the Inferno Tower, so that's alright. But will the clan castle fall? Ooh, that was close. And he still had another invis, so he went with the risk there, but he was rewarded.
Wow, let's see if that 1 invisibility is actually going to make the difference for this attack. But that is nerfs out of steel. I would have not had that. That was really, really impressive to know the limits of that strategy and getting that clan castle out there. But hey, queen for the town hall looks super solid. The royal champ should push in between that king and that queen into the base. Unfortunately, the royal champ staying behind that wall, which causes the king to force the ability. But the town hall going down, the Lalo starting, everything looks beautiful in this attack so far.
Yeah, also the invis on the Royal Champion to make sure she's not targeted by the monolith more than necessary. We've once again got a nice L shape created by Leo here. We see 14 balloons still in his army comp, and he's going to sprinkle them in from the outside. But ooh, very nice traps there on the outside. These Teslas make it so the balloons cannot take out a lot of defenses, especially not in time for the big Lalo push to keep in the side of the base. But it's, so I gotta say, this opener was so strong from Leo that I have very limited hopes for this attack to fail.
Yeah, and especially the back end with the single Inferno Towers, which that's always you can see what the preference is of every single team. With HSC liking the Warden Charge, and single Inferno Towers are quite annoying versus that. But versus Lalo, they don't really do that much. So that's why I think this was the perfect choice for this base, and he's really proving that. It's close in the end. I mean, it's still the hard mode, right? But it's going to be the 3-star with the Dragon Rider alive, with the Warden alive, and a ton of loons getting that 3-star in. And that means, well, HTM Brazil takes the lead after 2 attacks each.
Yeah, very good stuff, and Leo's been really strong with the Skelly Donuts. Nice job from them, and we said it, their attack diversity is just very, very big and very, very strong. And they are very hard to predict and to defend as an opponent. But now they do have the lead. You said it though, even though they 3-star HST still have a chance, but of course this is not the situation you want to find yourselves in after 2 attacks each. And especially HST now need to find their confidence back, because with 2 attacks and 2 defenses from their opponent, you might not feel the momentum, right? You might not feel the confidence you usually need to go into an attack like this. And when you don't feel confident, you doubt yourself, and mistakes can happen. So that's something that they have to avoid now, and I'm keen to see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, they have to get their first 3-star. They were doing so amazingly versus Tribe Gaming, but now they have to make sure that they're showing up versus HTM in this final match. And so far, their charges, their Warden charges, they have not really worked that great, so they have to find maybe something different, which at the same time, I'm not really sure if they can pull off, because they have heavily committed towards those Warden charges, and so far they were just not paying off. The first attack, 1 spell made all the difference. The last attack, I feel like some more things went a little bit wrong, as you were pointing out, but it's going to be indeed another Warden charge. The question now though is, can he somehow get this right? He's trying to have the Flame Flinger working on the far right side to take down as many defenses as possible, speed things up already, with Warden charging on the far left side, getting the Fireball most likely onto the Merge Cannon or on the Inferno Tower, depending on if he wants to invest in a visibility spell.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Also, I think there might be another Tesla on the right side behind the other Wizard Tower. Let's see if he puts something there as well. But so far, it's looking quite strong. The Warden now avoiding the Queen. Now she's in range. Can he snipe her off? I think he always makes the Warden invisible just a little bit too early. Okay, no, there it goes. He takes down the Queen, but now, as you said it, the invises will come down and the Warden a bit... Oh no, he doesn't have an invis anymore. So just an easy Warden fireball, I guess.
Yeah, for the Sweeper or for... Maybe for the Spell Tower, because that should hit the Clan Caster as well. That would be the one thing I would go for, I guess, in this position. But he has to be careful that he actually is going to target that spell tower, and the fireball is not going by accident towards the eagle or something. That would be a big nightmare. He's already pushing in with the zeros from the top side. There goes the fireball. He did not wait for the sweeper to go down, which means the clan castle is staying alive. He has a poison in the army, so that's not the end of the day. But the wall break for the queen actually went down, which means the warden right now is the only hero which can actually access the core.
That's right. So that's... Oh, and there's the Tesla, by the way, on the right side. But luckily, the fire spirits kill it off. Maybe the fire spirits can open the wall so the queen could access the town hall as well. But he might not even need it. There's a wall breaker on the top side going in. But he's a little bit late. But the queen's surviving for now.
Oh, the wall break not making it. That is really big disaster. But the queen being able to walk around and reach the town hall. But now the queen is close by towards the warden, which means the warden is switching over. And with 50 seconds, time is for sure not on his side. The queen has to go through a lot of walls. But there's actually still a queen mirror, which speeds things up quite a bit.
He's got 4 rocket loons and a freeze. So if he uses them perfectly, which... Okay. Was not that, and also the traps were just too good against it. So now we have to wait and see. Now really the troops have to come all the way to the back end, but oh, the headhunters. Itsu, the clean-up headhunters, your favorite troop in the game, once again will save this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way in how you can use headhunters, right? I mean, that's someone, like, I think that's what teased by me by a really wise person at some point. But yeah, getting that 3-star in there, Toby getting the job done for HST Gaming, and they're having their first 3-star, which means that HTM has to get another 3-star in with their next attack to keep that lead on stars if they want to actually go with that. But overall, great warden charge as well, great showcase of having the warden separated from the other heroes. I feel like that was a really common mistake by other teams. I think especially HTM Esports had quite a few struggles with like deploying things too close to the warden, some rocket loons, one time the Royal Champion as well, where things were going downhill really quick because the warden was then chasing and like not going to the core. But this time around, warden, perfect control, always staying alive, and this means in the end you have no time issues either.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff there, and we could see on the back end of the attack that HDM Brazil actually trapped the entry with the warden from the other side of the base. So yeah, it was probably 50-50, I guess, but there they go with the same attack strategy and a little bit more heavy on the rocket balloons, I would say.
Yeah, less healers, really heavy on the rocket balloons, which means he's only going for that warden charge. And we have now that flinger from the top side being able to take down quite a bit on the outside there, where the wardens keep charging in, but there's a lot of damage. He's reacting nicely with that invisibility, and there we go. The fireball is there, going for the clan caster as well, but the warden, once more, he's chasing in, and he's somehow staying alive.
And somehow staying out of the range of the monolith. That was a little bit close there for a second as well. Now I guess the angry jelly effect is over. Yeah, so the warden can now reset, relax a little bit and take out some buildings before he will get in the range of the monolith, when Achilles might have to invest another spell. But notice that he has only got a rage spell left. No freeze and no invis.
Yeah, not many spells, as you said, and there goes the last rage. He tries to get that eagle out of the way as early as possible, especially with the queen getting close to that warden. That might be an issue, because that queen could lure over the warden. More rocket loons are coming in. He has still 10 more to deploy. The queen ability was forced.
Ooh, the queen is also about to die there. Yeah, no, that's it for the queen. But he's got the rocket balloons, if he can use them perfectly. But this raged up multi just grills them so quickly. And the queen in the center of it takes all of these troops out. The warden is dead, and Itsu, I think we're looking at the next fail from HDM Brazil.
It is going to be indeed the next 2-star defense, but they have gotten quite high percentage on this one as well, which means stars are tied up, but the percentage is in their favor still, because I think they had like a 96 and now a 97% 2-star, but HST Esports have struggled a little bit with some of their 2-star attacks, but, well, they're up next and they can decide quite a bit if they're actually 3-star.
Yeah, you are absolutely right there. So even though the stars are equal, HTM Brazil will still have the percentage advantage. Let's take a look. It's 3.4% on average. So in total that should be 17%. So their lead is 17%, meaning if they can get a triple and say 84% 2-star, that would be enough for them with 2 more attacks for each team to go. But it also means hope for HST. It means motivation for them for their remaining 2 attacks. They see that their bases are defending against one of the best teams in the world, and that really should, you know, light up the spark that you have in yourself, because you're about to win in a tournament where we had the likes of Milsim MG, Tribe Gaming, HTM Brazil, all of those big names from World Championship competitions in there, and HST are almost at the top, and they should really take all of this into their next 2 attacks, give it their all, and maybe they still have the chance to defeat the still reigning world champions from Brazil.
Yeah, I feel like it's fair to say that they are the for sure underdogs in this cup. I'm 100% convinced about that, knowing that there was Tribe in there, Milsim, as you said, and as well HTM Brazil, who were just so close of making to the World Finals as well, again, defending their World Championship title. But in this one, everything is open. HST have the chance for the crazy upset, but for that, they would, if everything goes perfect, would need 2-3 stars to hope that they have this chance of a comeback, and they're not going in with another Warden charge. This time around, they're going in with the Super Witches, and they're going with the Fireball again. And there are already a couple of traps happening. Rage spell early to keep that Warden alive.
And 1 of 3 rage spells already gone, and the setup looks a little bit similar to the one before, with the where the where the fireball went onto the monolith, but I think he brought 2 little earthquakes. Probably he miscalculated, because we know that epic equipment in hard mode is kept at level 21. So I guess he just miscalculated the number of earthquakes he needs to take out the Eagle Artillery.
The earthquakes were just a little bit too late, because remember, when you're deploying the earthquakes and the fireball not at the same time, Bitter Huts can still heal those targets, and with that they're not going down because they're recovering the hit points of those. With the earthquake, if you would have deployed the earthquakes early, I think you could have taken down or like damaged already the Bitter Hut, which means it would have repaired itself, as Bitter Huts are always repairing the next closest defense. And for them, it was that merged cannon. And, well, that was not good for the attacker as it was staying alive. Not the end of the world, to be honest, but overall, things look somewhat solid, I would want to say, because the tunnel still has to go down, Maxi.
Yeah, it looks solid, but also shaky at the same time somehow. Ollie has to get out this town hall, take out this town hall somehow, and so far everything is going out to the outside. The queen to the top and the super witches to the bottom. So he might have to invest the royal champion, but without the royal champion power, I think that he will not be able to get through the back end of this base. Yeah, he does just that to secure the 2-star, sending the RC in to take out the town hall, but this means also this can never be a 3-star.
Yeah, and it's going to be yet again another really low percentage 2-star on top of that. And I feel like the biggest issue really is that, especially with this combination of Earthquake Boots with Spiky Ball, which in the first place might sound amazing because you can take down defenses immediately, but it's destroying the pathing as well. While if you're combining, for example, the Gauntlet with that Earthquake Boots, you have like a massive tank in front of your troops, which I feel like, especially with Super Witches, can be quite nice in the core, and you can use that early to then have the back end jump. That's something which I think on this base could have been amazing, because you would have kept this king alive for quite some time in that core. But in the end, it's falling short. Another low percentage 2-star, and the bases of HTM are just defending non-stop.
Yeah, it also seems to be the execution a little bit. Maybe some HST players really are a little bit nervous being in this situation here. For example, as you said it, the early earthquake boots. In this case, the first couple of walls were jumped over by Ollie. He also sent a wall breaker in that opened it. We just saw it, and the king ability opened these walls. So if he would have just went for either of those things, then he could have made more use of the troops throughout the attack. But of course, the late earthquakes and maybe even the one earthquake too little for the Eagle artillery were the main problem, in my opinion. Yeah, other than that, I guess the bases really are just strong against these typical approaches from the players. Also, the pathing in the core of the base was a little bit random to me. Like, you couldn't really foresee where your troops would go, so you couldn't really make sure that they would take out the town hall, and that's why Ollie ended up having to send his royal champion in there, and that of course he loses so much damage value, and it was even close with the 2-star there towards the end.
Yeah, it was close for sure, but we see the next attack, and this one is going to be another warden charge. He's trying to get into that base as quickly as possible. There goes the rage as he's having to fight 2 expos. There goes the fireball, and great value, taking down a lot in this base. He then will be able to take down the eagle side with his heroes, the royal champion, engaging versus that warden, but so far I think he's looking really good with the poison for the clan caster troops, and the warden, if it's deploying some minions behind the warden or the bay dragon, the warden should keep moving forward through the to the town hall, and that looks really solid. Why the king? Why not? What? Why not the heroes for the eagle? What?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well, especially because the flame flinger is already there at the bottom side. It would have made more sense. This way it seems like the eagle and the giant ricochet cannons and all of that stuff will stay up until the very end of the attack. And also, once again, we have the risk of the warden trying to support the king or queen later on in the attack. But yeah, we have to wait and see. Maybe it can still be enough for Bernal.
Yeah, to me this really looks like that at this point they're like, okay, if we get a 2-star now, we're 2 stars up going to the last attack. Like, they're really playing it safe again, it feels like, because in no way this is the safest approach for it, like the safest, like, you know what I mean, but like, I don't think it's the best approach for 3 stars. Maybe he's still going to make it work, but I feel like heroes on the back end would have looked safer, but his rocket Loon deployment right now is amazing, the Ice Golem tanking, so, well, Bernal is just proving me wrong. He's playing it so safe and getting the 3-star.
Yeah, and by the way, it's they are not 2 stars up. The HST is actually 2 stars up before this attack. So if Bernal had only gotten the 2-star, then it would have been both 9 stars.
Oh, you're right.
The final attacks would have decided. So it's actually a little bit closer. But yeah, as you said it, Bernal still making it work. And now they are 1 star ahead, and that is definitely a very commanding position that they find themselves in.
Yep, great attack, getting that 3-star in. Yeah, to me it's still surprising with the plan, with the approach, but no, showing that he knows what he's doing. I think I have as well highlighted his deployment of the rocket loons, and I feel like that's a really common mistake where over deploying the rocket loons, creating 2 big groups of rocket loons with the warden is then following, which is completely destroying your attack, while he is really patient with this rocket loon deployment. You have as well seen that in the back end, which in my opinion really has pushed this attack to the next level and getting him that 3-star, which in this position, as they have nicely highlighted, is really clutch, because they are now up this 1 star for the last set of attacks for those 2 teams. And HST, they have to 3-star and hope for an incredible defense.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to take a look. So 76, oh, they are more than 50% up actually. 10.4, yeah, so 52%. Meaning that actually HST needs some kind of a miracle. Of course they need to 3-star themselves, but then they have to hold HTM down to I think a 1-star even, if they want to have a chance at winning this. But yeah, HTM, they look strong as ever, especially their defense. You said it before. It might be the battle of defense versus offense, and HTM Brazil's defense is definitely proving itself to be one of the best in the world. And now we have the final attack from HST Gaming, and once more we see their, I would say, signature attack, Itsu. We see the double charge with 10 healers.
Yeah, getting that double charge in there, getting that fireball ready. The question is, are we going to see the fireball into the core as well? I think that's something which we have seen earlier already today, where someone turned that Inferno Tower near the Queen Invisible to get that fireball onto the multi-arch tower, because it would take down the multi-arch tower, the scatter, the raid tower, and the clan castle all together. But the question now is, can he actually get the warden in the correct spot to get this fireball off?
Yeah, I wonder what he's... Yeah, he's probably aiming for the multi-archer tower, as you said, so he needs one more rocket loon on the wizard tower. There it goes. The flame flinger also doing a great job in taking out the warden in just a second, but now he has to start deploying the invis spells, and nice. Good job. And the warden is not luring any troops out of the clan castle, so all going according to plan.
Yeah, nice job getting that fireball to work, getting that fireball and clearing out the entire core. And now again, that is something which HST has done really, really nicely over the entire match, having the heroes on the opposite side. What are you spotting?
The warden, actually, he didn't deploy enough troops behind the warden, so the warden went back to the outside buildings, and then the flame flinger was targeted by the monolith. Thus the troops came out, and the warden's now following the super minions. Otherwise the warden could have taken out the multi-inferno and the enemy queen, which would have been a little bit better for Crusader, I think.
Yeah, I agree, but he has to now react to this, take down the multi-inferno tower, which means the wall break towards the town hall could work. And yes, it's working. The queen should be able to walk around, turning the queen invisible, raising her up. There's a lot of damage. He has the queen ability though to keep her alive and make sure the town hall's going down. But there's still a lot of stuff going on. The Royal Champ is getting deployed on the back end. The freeze is getting invested. There's still one freeze, one invis alive, and the warden is taking down the core.
Wow, yeah, this is really strong execution from Crusader. I gotta say, you can tell that he's not doing this for the first time like this. And this is going to be a 3-star. We can see it now. Queen taking out the Town Hall eventually. He still has 2 spells left, Invis and Freeze. And the Royal Champion did a great job there, taking out the back-end defenses, the enemy queen. And there we go! 3-star from HST Gaming, and a very nice way to finish their attacks from Crusader, showing how strong HST are.
Yeah, really nice job by him getting that 3-star in for his team to keep the hope alive, as we have said it, to keep the miracle alive, because they need a great defense right now to still win this match. But that was a beautiful attack and a nice save to the degree where the warden seemed to walk the wrong direction. But overall, great 3-star, and now it's back to HTM Brazil, because they can really clutch this out with a solid percentage 2-star. And the question to me is, are they going to play it safe again, or are they going to risk something? Because in one of their last matches, they have played it super safe, went for the 2-star when it was needed, and played it super smart. So that's something which I would expect now in this current position again.
Yeah, me too, and it's also, in my opinion, the best way and the only correct way to finish a match like this. We said it before, it's a $2,000 match. This is the minimum amount of prize money you will get being in the season finals. So I think if you have a $2,000 attack, what need is there to not play it safe and, you know, show that you're the best or anything? That's would be really unnecessary. And Selenio is live, and he's coming in once more with the Warden charge. I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily call this the classic safe 2-star approach, but at least he has enough spells and the rocket loons, so if something goes wrong, he could react to it.
Yeah, it's well, let's see. I mean, I think this attack strategy can go downhill really quick if not paying attention for a couple of seconds. But otherwise, normally it's somewhat safe to some degree. But let's see if we can control that warden. The town hall is not really exposed though, which means he has to be perfect with those heroes to get it.
Yeah, that is right. He's taking out the expos, the ground expos, so the flame flinger can keep on working there on the left side, and it will eventually take out the poison tower and the scatter shots. Of course, or the one scatter shot. That is amazing value, and
Go for the poison tower, I think. Double invis?
yeah.
Oh, even for the. Oh.
Wow, nice. Okay, that's value.
I mean, that was a crazy fireball for that core. The two scatters staying alive with that angle, but still getting the clank castle, getting everything inside that core is crazy. And I was even able to snipe those defenses on the top right, which are not targeting air. And the Warden is set up to great success, the same as those heroes.
Yeah, and the Warden might even rejoin with the heroes, which in this case is not even that bad, because Selenio has taken out so much of the base already that the Warden support for the King and Queen might actually make sense at this point.
Yeah, the Warden charging forward with that King together, the Queen at the top side. He says the Royal Champion to deploy 9 more Rocket Loons. I think after this fireball in the core, this base is just gone. And actually, he still has 2 more Rages left to deploy.
Yeah, and he's 100% not going to need them. The Royal Champion can finish this base by her own, but of course Selenio, okay, going all in now, deploying all the rocket balloons and all of the troops on the outside. The base is finished, and HTM Brazil win in style with Selenio 3-starring once more, securing the victory over HST Gaming, and that means HTM Brazil are our Open Cup number 2 winners in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6.
Yeah, but HST as well getting quite some points for the later stages then to make sure that they're having still a chance of getting into the finals. And they had an incredible showing. They had a really, really strong showing in this cup. And I think with the second seed, they can be quite happy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they will. And the second seed doesn't only mean that they have been on stream a lot, that we've been talking about their attacks a lot, and you know, they got a lot of screen time and fame. It also means they got 50 points for our leaderboard. And remember guys, 4 teams will get to the season finals by winning Open Cups, and 4 teams will be going there by winning the most points on the way. And HST just collected 50 for themselves, and that is already a lot to go to the finals. Last season, I think 60 and 50 were enough to get there. Once more, we've got our bracket here, and we can see HTM's way to victory today.
Yeah, really impressive showing, beating Dizzy in the quarterfinals, beating their brothers with HTM Esports in the semifinals, and then in the finals, the match which we just watched with HST Gaming, who just before that has beaten Tribe Gaming. So overall, a quite impressive run to win this second cup for this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive from both of the teams. And we said it, HST, they have 1 foot already in the door to the season finals. But I guess, you know, getting to the Open Cup once more, securing 10 or 25 points, that should probably make it a safe deal, but still an amazing showing. So 2 cups out of 4 are already played, so let's take a look at what we are going to expect in this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. 2 Open Cups are played. We've got the next in just 1 week, guys. It's October 27th. Then, of course, we've got the World Championship weekend in between. And right after that, we've got the 4th Open Cup on November 10th. And then a week later, we have the big finals where all of the qualified teams will be playing it out for our $50,000 prize pool.
The big showdown with the best of the best teams. That is going to be quite exciting for sure. Looking at the best teams, watching the best teams, and as well what some of those teams have maybe then taken away from the World Championship and have learned over there. Watching the other teams play maybe in there, I would assume that a lot of those teams are going to make it to the finals of the Snapdragon as well. And that will be just an incredible, incredible showdown.
Yeah, we've got the best teams in the world competing here, of course, in one of the biggest prize pool tournaments in the whole Clash of Clans. So if you want to stay up to date with the Snapdragon Pro Series, make sure to follow our socials, follow us on X, formerly known as Twitter. We've got the Discord, of course, and all of the good stuff, you know, all of social media basically, where you want to find anything. You will find the Snapdragon Pro Series. You can keep up to date with the calendar in case you missed it when I just said it. And there will be a lot more coming from us this season. So to close it out today, guys, we thank you at home very much for being here with us for the entire Open Cup number 2. Thank you to Itsu, who's been doing a great job casting here with me and Besh. Thank you to Besh. And thanks to production, of course, in the back that are making sure that everything is running smoothly. So to wrap it up, guys, we'll see you in just 1 week for Open Cup number 3 in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. Until then, clash on!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs have you worked for? Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.